And coming to you live here from Uluru Rock on Uluru Road on Uluru Peterman, Uluru Northern Territories in Uluru, Australia. We are here today with yet another edition of OSC King of the Hill, to determine who is going to be our next King of the Hill. I'm, of course, Yaku of Yakuzaku, and with me today is El que juega Demoman sin necesidad del pan. Like, _VIP. How we doing, like?
What's up, Yaku? Yes, we are back. It's been quite some time since we've both casted an OSC King of the Hill, and also since we've casted it together, you and me. So it's great to have you back, Yaku. It's great to see you're still alive. You have a little a little bit of a reprieve from your studies, from all your assignments that you've been doing, and we can enjoy some StarCraft together.
See, I gotta savor it while I can.
Yes, savor the good.
Oh,
Savor
the hill.
Definitely. There's been a lot that's been going on. In your absence, of course, we had the return. I mean, you were there for the very first KSL. We've already had 2 weeks of KSL. We've had the Pigsty Festival going on. We've had the Wardy tournament going on. But it's great to see that these consistent weekly tournaments are still ongoing as well.
Yeah, and maybe a couple more. We'll find out. But, of course, we are going to just kick things off here on this hill on OSC with a little bit of a TVP. Over here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our red Terran player coming out from the land of Germany, representing Clan Bia. That's one that I think we can all get behind. He is NoMercy.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Gresvan, we have his opponent, the yellow Protoss player representing Alpha X. It is Exostriker.
It's always nice to see the Beer brothers compete as often as possible, really.
Yeah,
a little bit unfortunate what went on with Synthex, but still.
Yeah, if you recall, it's something that we did cover during a Pondcast episode a month or just over a month ago now at this point when it comes to some of the roster changes. It is a shame that Synthex is no longer around, but what isn't a shame is the fact that the players are still competing, whether it's NoMercy, Soon, and SharKRippeR. The 3 Terran German brothers are still standing strong with the beer in their hands.
Oh. I wish I drank beer so I would know, so I would have a reference of how to go.
You're not missing out on much, mate. It's not. It's like the cheap way to get drunk, you know. It's not amazing. I guess some people like it, you know. Yeah, it's like an acquired taste sort of thing.
See, it's no heart lemonade, you know.
No,
but I guess it'll do.
Yeah.
Potentially, I don't really know.
Have you had a beer before? You are legal. You are old enough to, but like, have you or?
That is true. I may have been tricked into drinking beer at one point. Back in Germania, actually.
Oh, true. But you don't know.
I have no memory. All I remember is Princess handed me a beer, and I said, "This tastes terrible." And then they handed me a hard lemonade, and I'm like, "This is amazing. What do you call this?" He's like, "Cider."
Cider's pretty good. Cider's pretty good.
Cider's pretty good.
Something that I've not seen in before though. Period. Look at the location of the CC.
That is very far away from actually building in the natural. I mean, I know that you have the pylon there that was blocking the, standard location, but that's going to be a long flight to get back into position later on.
That's the thing. I don't know if this is worth it. Like, I think intentionally, the purpose of the positioning of the CC is so that if the pylon finishes, it's out of range. So then Exostriker doesn't know if NoMercy is going one base or not. So I understand. I think I understand the logic. But I don't know if it's worth it.
Yeah, because obviously, you know, he's not going for a one base at the end of it all, so... And Phoenix is going to make its way across the map very, very quickly, so Exostriker, if he wasn't sure before, he's going to get confirmation now that, no, it's not going to be a one base, and what's more, you're going to be in much, much worse of an economic position than you otherwise would have been.
Yeah, and there we go. The CC is going to be lifted on over. Meanwhile, the first Cyclone comes out, does get a lock on, but only does shield damage to the first Phoenix. What's important is that the Phoenix didn't get a scat off, and we have a 3 racks follow-up from this opener here for NoMercy.
Yeah, Exostriker is still without having that confirmation. I mean, he can make an educated guess that, you know, that probably is a second base up and running based on the fact that there's no starport yet or anything, but at the same time, those 3 Raxes does make things a little bit more suspect.
Yeah, and this is really interesting from NoMercy. So he revealed his Cyclone, so then because that we know that there's a factory, we know it's not a 3 racks, but regardless, it's still going to be a committed opener from NoMercy. Here we go, the Phoenixes are going to dip on in, once again confirming the production. They don't see the 3rd racks, so they haven't gotten all the information. Likewise, NoMercy has also been playing blind this entire time. He didn't SCV scout, he skipped his Reaper. Of course, he knows about the Stargate opener, but like, he is not really too concerned with what Exostriker is doing.
Yeah, he doesn't have confirmation on what the follow-up's going to be here, which, as we can see, is going to be Immortals, which I think has been getting more popular lately.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really safe way to follow up here. I think Exostriker, he wasn't too sure if it was going to be an all-in or not, and we can see the boys are being pulled, by the way. Like, NoMercy is sending everything across the map, but Exostriker is cutting off these reinforcements.
Yeah, it's not quite an all-in, but it is still very potent nonetheless. The last thing Exostriker wants is for more Marines to make it across the map and turn this into an all-in, pretty much.
Yeah, and because we have an Immortal, that's exactly what you want to shut down these tanks. Like, it was a good read for Exostriker to go for a Robo follow-up. We already have 1 Immortal, and if we wait a little bit too long, we will have a second.
Yeah, Stim is not done just yet, so these Phoenixes will be able to pick off a free tank. Marines just unable to break it from the Graviton.
Yeah, now there's only 1 tank remaining. NoMercy is going to try and push up this ramp on top of this army. We are fighting out of range of a shield battery of an overcharge, but Exostriker does pull back, and there's only 1 tank with this.
There is only 1 tank. There are plenty of SCVs that are unfortunately repairing themselves instead of the tank, but the tank just dives. Now Exostriker is fighting within shield battery range, though, and that is going to be enough to help have him defend. GG, Exostriker takes game number 1. And he eats NoMercy down the hill.
GG, well played. An interesting build there from NoMercy. Again, very committed 2-base play from him. He was able to kind of keep it hidden, but Exostriker, it feels as if he knew that something was amiss, something was wrong, and it was very wise of him to follow up with Immortal, to start that Immortal production. That was crucial there to shut down those tanks.
Yeah, and that was him playing with 70% information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm definitely really impressed by Exostriker here with that game sense. I have to wonder, you know, would things have turned out a little differently if NoMercy built his CC a little bit closer to the neutral?
Yeah, I have to wonder as well if that would have really made too much of a difference, if it was necessary for him to pull it out a little bit further. It was a really interesting play nonetheless. Something that, you know, something unique, something that I haven't seen before. It's always great to see in StarCraft, despite how old it's been, despite how many games we've casted, you know, just something different.
Yeah. You always have that little variety coming down.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And speaking of variety, one of the German brothers goes down, and he's going to be replaced by another.
Oh. I need to close a few tabs.
It's all good, Papi. It's all good. So Exostriker is going to be the king of the hill for the time being. He was able to take down his Terran opponent, and now he's going to be going up against SharKRippeR.
Oh. It's going to be fueled by the beer coming down.
Yeah, exactly. Are you restarting your client? Is that what's...
Yeah.
Okay. It's all good. It's all good. So yeah, pretty interesting start here. As a reminder to everyone who maybe is new to this tournament circuit and this tournament series, OSC King of the Hill, it's been running for quite some time now, for 127 editions, and the format is best of ones.
King of the Hill.
15 best of ones, one after another.
And of course, the winner of the best of one will be staying on to, play against another challenger, we call them. Pretender is another way of putting it. A way that I like to put it. So we are trying to determine the king here.
Oh.
And yeah, and of course there is money on the line based on the number of maps that each of our players are winning. So unlike, a tournament format where, we have the player who ends last or the player who finishes highest coming down with the top prize. Here it is purely map wins. You can lose in the middle of the tournament, but if you've won like 7 games in a row, when everybody who comes afterwards only wins 1, you're not the king, but you're making it out with a bit of a bounty.
Exactly. It's all about how long your reign is as King of the Hill and how much money you can accumulate before eventually you get knocked out or eventually you get dethroned. There have been players that have gone an entire tournament without dropping a single map, just being dominant throughout the entire event itself. It is a bit of a rarity though. It is difficult to pull off just because they are best of one. So even when a heavy hitter like Spirit or Special or Bjorn shows up, it's still even difficult for them to maintain their kind of dominance and maintain their place on top of the hill.
Yeah. Now, if you're the king, you gotta win every single time. Meanwhile, your contenders only need to win once.
Yeah. They only need one, papi. Only need uno más. So, yeah, it's a pretty interesting format. It's definitely different. It's relatively unique. You don't see too many of these tournaments pop up in StarCraft, so it's always great to see, again, that variety in format. It isn't just single limb, double limb, group stage sort of stuff. We got even stuff like this, like King of the Hills.
Yeah. What's below single limb, half in the limb? I try to figure out, how to describe how cutthroat a King of the Hill format can be, but maybe it'll come to me later as we get ready for not quite a rematch, but a bit of a round 2 of game number 1. We're here on Gresvan once again. We're in the bottom right-hand corner this time, spawning all the way in the bottom right. We have our yellow Protoss player representing Alpha X. He is Exostriker.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Gresvan, we have the other German Terran player also representing his boys and his clan Beer. It is SharKRippeR.
That's the best thing to represent.
Well,
apart from cider.
It's very German, is what I will say.
It is. I appreciate the spelling.
It's beautiful, Papi. It's beautiful. So, yeah, I'm not too familiar with how many players are on this clan, but it's cool to see that, again, these Terran brothers, they stick together through thick and thin. They're still, joined at the hip and representing.
Yeah,
what matters
they're
most
joined
in
at the
their
bottle.
lives. Yeah.
In this regard, but maybe it's best to not be that similar. If your opponent just got defeated by having a very offensive timing not pan out that well. We'll see if SharKRippeR is gonna do something similar but better, or if he does something different entirely.
Definitely. We shall keep our eyes open. Meanwhile, as you said, joined by the bottle, in my mind, I'm seeing both SharKRippeR and NoMercy. You know the love shot where
yes,
got
where
glasses.
they lock the arms.
Yeah.
The shot glasses or the wine glasses. I like it better with shot glasses.
Yeah. That's what I picture. Then it gets weird because then I think of Soon joining in as well. So it's like a 3-way.
So you have 3. Yeah. Imagine how hard you need to flex
Oh my
with
god.
3 arms locked like that.
Yeah.
How hard you need to flex to actually the glass to touch your lips.
Oh my god, it's a very hard scene to think of. Yes, it's amazing. But yeah, we'll see if SharKRippeR
Can be an octopus.
can avenge his fallen brother here, as he's going to be opening up a little bit differently. We saw kind of a 3-racks variation in the last game with a tank push combined for a bit of a stronger timing. This time we have a more classic 3-racks follow-up.
Yeah, the kind floated by him way back when he played Jaredsill.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
no,
God.
I don't think he ever did that, but yeah, this is a lot more orthodox. This is just a straight up 3 Raxes, no frills, no factories, no nothing. He's just trying to get as many Marines, maybe throw in a couple of Marauders, but the main thing is to just have as many Marines with stim as possible moving across the map.
Yeah, and I do think that this is a very strong build specifically against Phoenix openers. Phoenixes are great at picking off these high target units, like your tanks, like your Cyclones, like your Medivacs as well. But against a mass amount of Marines, Phoenixes are going to have a bit of a hard time compared to other, other even robo-based units.
What are you going to do, pick up every single Marine? Well, you can try, but there's going to be 30 more Marines that you weren't able to pick up, just shooting down the Phoenixes. And once they shoot down the Phoenixes, then you have even more Marines to worry about. Speaking of which...
Yeah, speaking of which, we see the Adepts and the Phoenixes just dive on in on top of that bunker, and they're going to be able to trade out quite well. They're not going to be able to clean everything up due to this bunker holding strong, but every Marine that goes down is going to make the push that much weaker.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that the Phoenixes survived, honestly, and how well the Adepts were able to trade. That was definitely a very risky maneuver here from Exostriker. He could have lost everything to the Marines, but instead, he, like you said, shaves off a couple of these Marines, even takes out 2 SCVs, and he keeps his core unit, the Phoenixes, alive. He's free to transition now.
Exactly. This was pretty important because, again, this was all before Stim and before Combat Shields. That's just finishing up now. But look at the units lost tab. 3 Adepts for 6 Marines is pretty worth it. Those Marines would have been devastating once they did have Stim available. And now the Phoenixes dip into the main base and they confirm the build itself. They confirm all the production if they didn't know about it earlier. And now, it's time to pull the trigger.
Yeah, SharKRippeR is moving across the map. Very, very, hesitant to pull his to hit that T button and activate Stim, because of course he only has 1 shot to maximize the effectiveness of this stimmed army. There are no Medivacs following this up. His factory is barely complete right now.
And we'll see if this is going to be enough here as the Immortal is out. Exostriker once again went for the same follow-up, went for a safety robo, and he forces Stim, forces SharKRippeR to retreat.
That's kind of funny to watch. It's like, you only have 1 chance to stim. You gotta make it count. I'm gonna stim to run away.
He's like, nope.
I do not want to deal with that.
I think that's really respectable, especially because he lost so many Marines early on, and because we already have a defensive line of Immortals, of shield batteries. SharKRippeR doesn't want to throw things away. It looks like he sees this. He doesn't feel too confident about it, so he's going to try and transition.
Yeah, it's a much safer option, and it is going to be what's keeping him in this game and alive, but we'll see if that transition is even possible. He has no third base on the horizon. His SCV that was building the starport just got taken out, and there's no replacement until now. This is a very, very late starport.
How late?
And a very late third.
Exactly. The third gets denied here as the SCV was about to throw it down. The Marines are having a hard time keeping up with these Phoenixes, and as these Phoenixes keep SharKRippeR busy, we see across the map a bay is done. Colossus are coming out. With the power of these Colossus, these bio-based pushes are going to have a really hard time ending the game. If SharKRippeR tries to go for a timing, he may just be forced to macro instead.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he may just be forced to pull the boys here. That's his best option, but I don't think he has confirmed that third base of Exostriker yet. Obviously, if you're Terran, you're assuming that the Protoss player will get a third base before you do, but yeah, I'm not sure if you realize it's just how much quicker Exostriker was able to get his third.
Yeah, his third base is fully saturated at this point. We do see, once again, the Phoenixes keeping an eye on the armor. We have a couple of Widow Mines set up here outside or on the edge of the main base here, but unfortunately the Phoenixes do not waddle in, as they're going to be able to once again dip in and get even more SCVs.
Up! As they dip out, 2 Widow Mines activate, and more than half of the Phoenix Force did just get taken out. But were they the most valuable targets at this point, though? Because it almost feels like Exostriker just wants a clear supply for more Colossus.
It's possible, right? Like, the time of Phoenixes is kind of come and gone. They're not going to be as useful anymore. They're going to be good to shut down drop play, and that's the important part, right? Now that we only have 3 Phoenixes, and now that they're barely alive, it's possible for SharKRippeR to maybe even try and set up a Doom Drop and try to outposition Exostriker.
Yeah, 3 Colossus with Thermal Ants are definitely scary, but without any buffer here for these units, if Exostriker just rallies them directly into Marauders, that's definitely one way Exostriker can, SharKRippeR, sorry, can get a little bit of momentum and get a little bit ahead. It's 1 Zealot.
The ones that
the SCV surprisingly putting up a lot of a fight.
Yeah, you know, they clean up the Zealot, and now SharKRippeR can focus on his main army. He's going to be landing his third base. He goes for a scan, and he sees the pylon as it gets thrown down, so he knows that a 4th base is going to be on the horizon, and he's going to make his move soon. As he's actually starting Viking production here, which will definitely help against his Colossus.
Yeah, it's what you want. It is probably the best counter that Terran has to Colossus, seeing as how they can't shoot up, so.
It's true. They cannot shoot up. We do have a bit of a double drop here, but a Stray Phoenix is actually going to be able to catch wind of this. We do see the army of Exostriker is rotating over at the same time the main army is pressuring the 4th.
Yeah, but he knows that he's already been spotted. He sends 1 Marine forward to confirm that, yep, Exostriker is sending his entire army to face this force, and there is absolutely no way I can fight this. What I can do, however, is try to flank him with my double drop.
Yeah, there we go. We do have that double drop on the right-hand side. Exostriker is not responding to that drop, by the way. He's continuing his push. We have 4 Colossi with this army. We've got a lot of chargelets. We have Blink Stalkers. We have regular Stalkers, and he's just pushing on forward.
Yeah, the Vikings aren't quite in position. Good use of the bunker right at the very end, but yeah, it will get taken care of by these Immortals, by those Stalkers. Stalkers very quick to deal with those Vikings, and now the Bioforce, yeah, it's 4 Colossus and a bunch of Immortals. GG gets called, and Exostriker will keep his place at the top of the hill, and he's going to be enjoying a beer as he watches SharKRippeR tumble down.
GG, well played. Exostriker does take the game. He takes down both German Terran brothers 1-0 each. And is this gonna be a good opportunity to whip out soon? Do we get the trifecta? That's kind of what I'm thinking. As overall, really solid play from Exostriker. Really defensive play, and he did a great job at both games at just whittling away at the army and just scouting and confirming what exactly he was up against.
Yeah, I think game number 1 and game number 2 did pan out a little bit differently for him, or rather we saw kind of a different overall strategy from him. In game number 1, it was more, I'm going to see what I can get away with, and then I'm going to hard switch into just defending as much as possible. Game number 2 was, I'm going to go aggressive, because why not?
Mm-hmm.
But also, you know, make sure that I'm building Colossus and stuff so that I can actually defend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that the 4 Colossi, and there was a Disruptor coming up behind it as well, which was just the...
I didn't even notice that,
yeah,
wow.
The cherry on top, mate. The cherry on top for Exostriker. Just very solid PvT overall, but now we're taking a break from the PvT. We're not getting the 3rd German Terran beer brother out, not yet anyway, and we are going to be seeing a PvP instead.
Oh, were they both the same color?
Oh.
I always appreciate that.
It's beautiful. It's not confusing at all.
Yeah. And you can just look at him, you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just look at him. As we load into... Oh, dear. I actually did. I saw the color, and then I assumed that was Exostriker, and I saw Psystorm, and I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
Is that not yellow? Am I colorblind? But apparently not, because we are here on Ancient Cistern. We're in the top right-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the top right-hand corner. We have our orange Protoss player coming out from the land of Russia. He is, of course, going to be representing Psystorm Gaming. Not the yellow Protoss player. He is MindelVK.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ancient Cistern, we have the current king of the hill. We have the yellow Protoss player representing Alpha X. It is Exostriker.
Okay, now that I have a reference for what yellow looks like, I don't think I'm gonna make the same mistake in this game.
The confusing part to me, because I actually switched the players like 3 different times.
I did too, yeah.
It's because we were looking at MindelVK, but Exostriker was the first player to say GLHF, so I saw his name pop up, so I just assumed that this was Exostriker, and I got it was all over the place.
Colors, man.
Oh boy.
Well, I do Protoss. Have to all look the same.
Yeah, I mean, yellow and orange is a pretty good color for Protoss. Like yellow specifically, like it's just natural, you know. It's meant to be.
Yeah, and it's like you can't tell where the color starts and where the color ends. You know, unless you're using like the Nerazim skin. That's gray, or whatever the name of the gray skins are.
Yeah, exactly.
But then you can just pick gray.
Or white, even, you know?
Or white. Or light pink.
There you go. But, yeah, you know, very nice aesthetic choices here from our players. You do see some pretty similar openers. Of course, we have the double gateway opener from both players, and we see, MindelVK going for 2 Stalkers, Exostriker, mixing things up a little bit more, though. Yeah,
that's 1 Stalker and 1 supply block. And a Sentry, and 2 Adepts to follow this up with. MindelVK just going straight, following up the 2 Stalkers with another 2 Stalkers. This is very aggressive, especially with that Stargate coming down.
Yeah, so as we can see, we do see the probe of Exostriker actually sniped, so it wasn't able to get a full scout off, unfortunately. He's going to be going for hallucination instead to try and confirm. We do see MindelVK trying to deny the scout. Up! Oh.
He's barely not able to. Phoenix will shark its way around. MindelVK already anticipating this, trying to deny a scout on that Stargate, but it looks like Exostriker will catch it in the end. Even though, that's an Oracle coming down.
Yeah, my god, MindelVK was doing the best he could to try and deny that scout, but he was unable to at the same time. He's forcing himself up this ramp. He does have a little bit better DPS. Barely escaping with one of those Stalkers. 1 HP.
Come on, little Sentry, I believe in you! I believe in you! No! Sniped from the high ground just before it could fulfill its mission, and yeah, I was gonna say things aren't looking too great for Exostriker, but he was able to sneak a couple of Adepts across the map. These dead probes are gonna count for so much more than whatever MindelVK can get done with the Stalkers across the map.
This is just too much, mate. Let's be real here. Meanwhile, we do have an overcharge on the front lines. No, miscontrol. Exostriker somehow gets on the wrong side of the wall here. Is going to be able to take down one of those Stalkers at the same time. Station Trap goes off in the main base. There's chaos all over the place, mate.
He activated battery overcharge.
Yeah.
And then walked to the other side. I mean, I guess I can't really blame him. I think his attention was on the other side of the map, but yeah, things have just gone from amazing to kind of even, honestly. Well, I say kind of even for Exostriker, but he's still ahead like 8 probes.
Yeah, exactly. His worker count, if you recall, his mineral line was stasis, not killed. But now we have 2 oracles, so we have that one-shot potential, even though we have an overcharge, sorry, a shield battery in the main base that isn't going to keep these workers safe. At the same time, MindelVK is pushing in once again to try and overwhelm these stalkers.
I bet he's really kicking himself for the loss of that shield battery earlier.
Yeah, I'm sure he really is. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to replace it. Meanwhile, he's going to be able to warp in defensively. He's going to be losing more of his workers. MindelVK just now getting his own natural up and running, and those oracles haven't gone in yet.
Oh, yeah, MindelVK a little bit distracted with these stalkers, but now the oracles are coming into play. The one-shot potential is coming down, and just like that, MindelVK is able to even things out here when it comes to the workers. Even get ahead slightly. There
we go. MindelVK is up 4 probes compared to his opponent. It does lose one of his oracles, and that means that he is going to lose his harassment potential. But now Exostriker is on the hunt. He's actually trying to find that oracle. No! Oh, he turns around!
He smelt something else. But his stalkers picked up a different scent.
Yeah, unfortunately they weren't able to find that oracle in the end, and now things are gonna settle down a little bit. It was quite chaotic. After all said and done, we do have Exostriker with Blink. Meanwhile, MindelVK actually doesn't have a Twilight Council at all.
Yeah, so I was going to give the advantage in tech to MindelVK, which I guess technically is still true, but when it comes to the upgrades, or rather the fact that Exostriker is a hidden upgrades, does mean that things are still fairly even, all things considered.
Yeah, right. Like the army of Exostriker is going to be that much more important, like that much more effective overall. There's a lot more finesse and micro ability available to our yellow Protoss player. Meanwhile, MindelVK, it looks like he's going to try and make up for his lack of mobility with Immortals. Robo is already done. The first Immortal is about to come out.
I think this is a very smart move coming out from MindelVK. He knows he's ahead, and the best thing that he can really do right now is to just make sure he doesn't lose his advantage. The only way, realistically, that that's possible is if Exostriker moves out with all these Blink Stalkers.
Yeah, and Exostriker, he just went for a Hallucinated Scout. He does confirm the timing of the Twilight Council, that it's still being made. He also saw the Robo. He also saw the Immortals as they are being done as well. So yeah, pretty interesting layout overall. Here we have some pros and cons on both sides, and we'll see if Exostriker tries to hit a bit of a timing here before we get too many Immortals, before we get Blink for MindelVK.
Yes, Forge is just about done, and I see absolutely no plans for a third base on the horizon here. +1, starting to get researched. And I think Exostriker might just want to end it on 2 bases.
Ooh, he definitely could. It looks like he's setting up for a third base, but we'll see if he even decides to saturate it, as his opponent just straight up throws down his own third as well. This makes a lot more sense from MindelVK because he's going to be the defender. I don't think he really wants to move out without Blink.
Yeah, not well. Exostriker has Blink. May have moved out earlier with his stalkers, but that was before we even got to the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, exactly. And now we see another scout coming out from Exostriker to try and figure out what is going on. I'm sure he's going to try and scout to see if there is a third base, and then he can make a decision from there with what he wants to do. Does even see the Forge alongside +1 researching for MindelVK. Again, there is going to be a window here where MindelVK will still have +0 and Exostriker will have +1.
Yeah, but that window is very, very tiny. As MindelVK is not missing his Chrono Boost by the looks of things. Exostriker is now teching into Zealots because he knows that that's probably the best counter he can get right now against all these Immortals.
Yeah, charge outs are a great way to refine your army against not just Immortals, but also Blink Stalkers. They can have a really hard time against Zealots. They're kind of like the Zergling of the Protoss. But MindelVK, hey, he's mixing things up. He's spicing things up.
Very spicy. And if you're Exostriker right now, you're gonna be planning to not cut any corners, or you're gonna be planning to cut a couple of corners. Sorry, the complete opposite of what I just said. You want to be focusing on saturating your bases, getting your tech up and running. He's probably not going to get observers or cannons. I say that, but he has an observer.
Yeah,
and he just snipes MindelVKs.
That's actually pretty important. That's something that I'm pretty sure MindelVK wanted to do, to snipe the observer of Exostriker to make sure that he is going to be in the dark and have as little detection as possible. So nice moves here from Exostriker. The Dark Shrine just now finished, so DTs are going to be on the way soon. But MindelVK is shocking around looking for an opening, and oh my god, he's even investing into Blink for his DTs.
You love to see it, or at least I do. Very risky play right now for MindelVK. Best thing he can do is to just blink on forward and maybe snipe Exostriker's immortals and sentries and let his... So he'll be fighting on more even ground with the stalkers, but if his army is out of position and if Exostriker's army is in the perfect position, those DTs aren't going to do anything.
Yeah, and speaking of being out of position, here we go. MindelVK, he does try to slip into the natural base. He does get an immortal, but he's going to be losing a lot of these stalkers. He's going to try and escape through the third base, or maybe even try and go for the recall. At the same time, DT is hitting the third of Exostriker.
Yeah, but it does get taken out, only killing 2 probes. MindelVK, I think, depowered the robo, but there wasn't really much more he could do. After that, he recalls back home. Actually, didn't even depower the robo.
Yeah, I have to wonder if that dive was worth it for MindelVK, right? Like, he picked off a couple of stalkers. He did get an immortal, which was pretty big, to be fair, but he lost a lot of stalkers in the process, and he revealed his hand. The DT went down immediately, and it didn't really do too much damage at all, and now Exostriker is going to be on the lookout for that sort of thing. He is throwing down cannons all over the place.
Yeah, I get that blinking into the main base was probably the only thing that MindelVK could have done at that point, but he definitely overstayed his welcome. He should have blinked out as soon as he could. Blank.
Yeah, you know, he would have... Maybe he blanked, I don't know. It's possible, mate, it's possible. Yeah,
I completely forgot that blank was a word.
I assumed that he would rotate over towards the third and maybe try to take down that cannon and support the DT. Regardless, we do see both armies engaging here in the middle of the map. The DTs are pulling the trigger. He is going to try and slip in. He does blink on top of the cannon. Ooh.
Yeah, battery overcharge is not going to be enough to make up for the sheer amount of DPS or of instant damage that 4 DTs have at their disposal. This is very important right now for MindelVK. He just forced a recall in the entire army. I just saw detection with this army. What?
Oh my god, we must have missed the observer. The observer is coming back home now, but before that happens, 4 probes go down. The DTs are going to be able to get out of there. Thankfully, those DTs, they didn't really kill too much. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, really could have. Now MindelVK knows that the army of Exostriker is out of position. He is taking his chances, trying to snipe this 4th base, and he should be able to get it. Zealots were just a little bit too late to be warped in.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Exostriker didn't even clean up all of those DTs, so he's being pulled apart left and right. He just used his recall, so he won't have that available any longer, and we have a Zealot run by being set up. Exostriker has to make a choice. Does he turn around once again, or is he going to push out across the map?
Yeah, I absolutely think that Exostriker has a better army right now, but he's not able to make use of it right now. MindelVK now forces a decision of him, and Exostriker is going for the throat.
Yeah, there we go. He's sending everything across the map. He forces a defensive warp in by MindelVK. He has the shield battery overcharge. He has 2 immortals, but the immortals aren't doing anything. They're just chilling behind the army.
Mindel?
F2,
Hello?
puppy. F2.
They're moving on forward, but not before the Immortals of Exostriker were able to completely decimate the Stalkers of MindelVK. Now the Warp is coming into effect. The DTs, however, there's no detection right now, and Exostriker is forced to tap out. GG. MindelVK avenges 2 of the Beer Brothers. In a weird way.
GG, well played. I'm a little bit in shock there. Exostriker, he had the stronger army. He was pushing on in. His immortals were actually a part of the fight, but he had no detection. DTs, that's all you need, apparently, as MindelVK is able to hold, and he dethrones the King of the Hill.
Yeah. Pushes him down.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah, very, very impressive work here from MindelVK. Again, I still feel like Exostriker, for most of that game, was able to build a better, more effective army. He had more stalkers. He had better upgraded stalkers at that. He was getting sentries to throw in force fields and guardian shields, but just the amount of distraction, I guess is the word, the amount of harassment coming his way from MindelVK was just a little bit too much. It's a very smart choice from MindelVK.
100%. I mean, I don't know if you can see it right now, but if you look at the army graph, I want to divert people's attention here.
Oh, yeah.
You can see Exostriker's his backer was just better. Like, his army was just larger, superior, had a little bit more finesse going for him as well, but MindelVK just was able to pick apart his opponent and utilize DTs very well in the end, forcing a massive reaction out of Exostriker.
You can actually pinpoint the moment the DTs got warped in right at the final fight there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, definitely. So, very well done by MindelVK. He's now our new King of the Hill, and he already has a contender. People in the chat can see for themselves. It is actually going to be a Zerg player. It is going to be DIMAGA.
Oh, okay. Yeah, first Zerg player coming out, and one that I don't think we've, well, that's actually a lie. I was going to say one that I don't think we've really been able to cast that much, or isn't that active, but that's a lie. He plays in just about any OSC event that he's available for.
Yeah, we don't get too many Zerg players in these online weekly tournaments, but, you know, DIMAGA is definitely one of them that does show up from time to time. He's been a pro player for many years. He's very old school, but he's still a very terrifying opponent, and his map of choice is going to be Altitude.
Oh, otherwise known as Caruvian Mines. As we, load into Altitude, where in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the current reigning King of the Hill, able to dethrone the previous King of the Hill in Exostriker, but can he maintain that streak? Or a streak as long as him? We'll see. Our orange Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming, we have MindelVK.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Altitude, we have his opponent, the first Zerg player of the night, representing Berserker Esports. It is DIMAGA.
And I don't know what to really expect here. Like you were saying, we don't get too many Zerg players setting up for these weeklies, and not too many of them for King of the Hill especially.
Yeah.
So I have to, so I have to wonder if MindelVK is gonna be a little bit caught off guard here.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. Like, typically when it comes to the Zerg players in these tournaments, it's like, you know, sometimes we have Iba, you know, we've got Young Yakov, we've got Mixu, and then there's a third that's slipping my mind a little bit. Oh my god, as MindelVK, asleep at the wheel, is going to be losing his scouting probe.
Yeah, nice little bit of drone drilling there from DIMAGA.
Yeah, very nice. You know, again, this old dog, he's got plenty of new tricks, all right? And I do kind of favor him a little bit here just because of the map itself. For those wondering, the veto process is a little bit different here for OSC King of the Hill. The challenger can pick whatever map they choose, bar one. MindelVK, the king, gets one veto, gets to pick one map out of the map pool to not play on.
Yeah. And of course, the map pool isn't limited to just, the maps in the current ladder map pool.
Mhm.
I think it might be a little bit different now. I think that just because we are on a relatively newer map, I think Eddie might have rotated some of the other maps out. But yeah, we will get a couple of old classics potentially thrown into the mix if Challenger does decide to play on them.
Yeah. I've got confirmation here. Romanticide and Ice and Chrome are both in the map pool.
There we go.
Beautiful.
Yeah, two. I was gonna say two maps that were beloved during their time when they were in the ladder map pool, but when I think of Romanticide, man, I think of
Pilsky?
Was it Pilsky? Yeah, was it Demi versus Risky? Question mark? No, it was a PVZ, wasn't it?
The PVZ. It was Risky versus either T-Bull or Zane. I think it was T-Bull.
That's what it was. I'd be surprised if it was Zane, yeah.
Yeah. So
that game lasted an hour and 40 minutes or something like that.
Locked in a room with Pilsky for far too long.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pig just taunting you two with food.
Yeah. In my mind, this isn't what happened, but in my repressed memory, I can see Pig just like at the door, and the door has like a little view, like has a little window on it, and he's just looking at us like with a big chicken leg, just eating.
Yeah.
Just looking at us and eating.
Stares you both in the eye. And he's like, takes one bite, and it's like, oh, I can't finish this. Just throws
it away. It's like, you guys weren't hungry, right? He's taking a bite out of a chicken leg that says like Lights chicken leg or something, like he's eating our food. Smooch. Much love to Pig.
And that's why we repress our memories.
There you go, mate. There you go. As MindelVK is going for a standard opener, he did open up with a triple Oracle opener. We have a third base being thrown down. Two Oracles are across the map, and they're looking to zoom in towards the natural base. DIMAGA didn't cut any corners. We already have Spores set up, but Ice Queen's going to be able to get in position.
Well, one of them was in position. A flank by 3 queens is enough to chase these Oracles back, but not enough to take them out. MindelVK, he's turning around. He sees how exposed the main base is, and he risks it. And it succeeds. Gets one more drone before being forced to back away with both of his probes. Oracles. Yeah. Still alive. I almost said immortals. I swear.
It's been a while. Since we casted. It's all good.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Oracles do manage to get out in time. The third base gets up and running beautifully here for MindelVK, and we see he's going to try and get a little bit more damage. Has to be careful. Does get forced back once again by these queens. What I will say is that DIMAGA's overall queen movement has been quite on point. Oh my goodness, he has quite a number of queens out already. 9 queens in total.
Oh yeah. I think over the past 2 years or so, we started to see a little bit of a shift where Zerg players don't make nearly as many queens as they used to. DIMAGA is one of the players who still knows that a built queen is a useful queen.
And they may have been nerfed over time, but they're still a very useful unit here for the Zerg players. Meanwhile, MindelVK is shifting gears a little bit, going for the more modern style of PVZ. He's not going for blink, he's going straight for charge up.
As he forces a cancel here from DIMAGA's 4th base, and I think this choice of tech is going to work out really, really well for MindelVK. DIMAGA, he's emphasizing roaches right now. He's getting +1. He's getting Galalu Constitution. He wants to hit a very strong timing to put a little bit of pressure onto MindelVK. But he just doesn't have an answer to the chargelets.
Yeah, that's the thing that I'm worried about, is the Templar Archives just finished up, which means we're going to have access to Archon. So Charged Archon Immortal is going to be the composition of choice. It's a very robust, a very powerful ground-based composition from the Protoss. And if DIMAGA wants to hit a bit of a timing, I mean, he's got to go sooner rather than later. MindelVK, he's getting set up for a 4th base, just as DIMAGA is still trying to get his own 4th up and running.
Yeah, this really hurts economically. DIMAGA is going for a little bit of a gambit here, going for a very, very early infestation pit.
Oh, interesting. We have seen a lot of Zerg players play around with Swarm Hosts, actually, specifically against Charged Archon, just because Charged Archon, they're not the most mobile army to deny Niduses and to try and hunt down these Swarm Hosts, so we'll see if that's kind of the route we take. Meanwhile, DIMAGA hasn't made a drone in quite some time. He's been stuck at 67 or even less drones for quite a while. He's been making nothing but roaches.
Yeah, as much as I want to chalk that up to the fact that, you know, he only now built that 4th base. That 4th base is now done. And he's still not droning that much. He's building 2 drones. He's staying on 67, which is a fine amount of drones to stay on if you don't want the game to continue on for too long, but he's getting Hive and a Hydra Den.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for DIMAGA because look at his army supply. Like, he deliberately cut drones to make this many roaches, and it looks like he's changing his mind. It looks like he doesn't want to make use of them. He is saturating this 4th base. He's taking up, he's getting a Hydra Den, he's getting a Hive. It looks like DIMAGA maybe isn't feeling too confident and too comfortable with his roach timing anymore.
Yeah, and I can't say I blame him. You know, he did have an Overlord, he did have a couple of links across the map, and he knew that the Archons were already out, he knew that there were already Immortals and a handful of charge lots. This roach timing could work, but it will cost him a lot and be a huge risk. He is instead working on an army that can counter all of these charge lots and Archons in Lurkers.
Ooh, and MindelVK is out of position right now. His army's in the middle of the map, and we have roaches coming in from both sides right now. It looks like these roaches aren't going to be able to do too much, but they're going to be able to trade against these Zealots. At the same time, DIMAGA's other force is threatening the right-hand side.
Yeah. Just hitting him with the 1-2 punch, or at least that's the plan. Very nice wall over this southern base from MindelVK.
Oh yeah, the wall is solid. The 4th base is getting saturated. MindelVK is pushing on out as well with his main army. Does end up finding the roaches of DIMAGA. Meanwhile, the Lurker Den did just finish.
Yeah, and since he does already have the Hive, or at least I'm assuming he has a Hive, he should be able to just get his upgrades as quickly as possible. He has a little bit of a bank to him, but he can't actually make any Lurkers right now because he's supply capped.
Yeah, he has to get rid of some of these roaches. Meanwhile, that's a kill, not a cancel on the 5th base. MindelVK is going to be pushing up this ramp into Ravagers. It's going to be a bit of a tough ask, but he does have Storm.
Yeah, it's a really good position for DIMAGA to fight in, but these Storms will force a lot of zoning. I say force a lot of zoning, but DIMAGA just sits in the Storm and dies.
Oh my god, he just ate every single Storm. The entire army of DIMAGA evaporates. The Lurkers do go down. This base is going to be broken, but at the same time, there's no easy way to reinforce. Instead, MindelVK goes for a massive warp in the main.
None of his Lurkers were even able to burrow. None of them came into play. A lot of his roaches are now turning around from the other side of the map, and he will actually be able to clean this up. That's a lot of high-tech units that didn't get recalled. But at what cost? We now have Zealots in the main base, 12 drones have gone down. And let's not forget that 5th base was a kill and not a cancel.
Very true, but I think we can both agree that MindelVK overstayed his welcome. He took a great fight, he killed all the Lurkers, he should have gotten the hell out of there. Now the reinforcements may just be too much. MindelVK, he cannot rebuild his army fast enough.
That he cannot, but can DIMAGA make it across the map fast enough? Altitude is probably one of the biggest maps in the current map pool. Stasis Ward can get a couple of roaches, and that may just about be enough. DIMAGA has much more supply than MindelVK right now, but a lot of that supply is still in eggs. A lot of that supply is in roach, which isn't the most efficient use of its supply. With these battery overcharges, MindelVK barely holds.
I'm surprised.
And doesn't lose any probes.
I'm surprised MindelVK didn't use an overcharge, by the way. Like, he has one available, and he was just... I think things looking a little bit scary for him, but he did hold on in the end. And meanwhile, DIMAGA is remaxing with Roach, Hydra. Lurker upgrades are finally on the way. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any Lurkers yet, but he may not need them as he's pushing in with another wave.
Yeah, these Hydras may just about be enough. I think these are vanilla Hydras, which is a little bit of an oof here.
Oh, yeah, but here we go. The storms are coming in. We have 4 High Templar, 2 storms are used. We have 2 storms remaining here as MindelVK is going to try and hold against his attack. Ooh.
Yeah, and those 2 storms, 2 final storms, may just about be enough here. Archons are being denied. And DIMAGA is hesitant pushing too much because he knows that if MindelVK fights with his army and with his stack defense, there's no way he can overwhelm this. MindelVK lost a lot, but he survives, and he has a much better army now.
He really does, and you know what? Carrier production has commenced. You wonder, where was MindelVK's army? Why was there such a lapse in supply there for a while? It's because he's in the middle of transitioning. We have Stargates, we have a fleet beacon. He is taking to the skies.
And what exactly are vanilla, or not entirely vanilla, Hydras without groove spines gonna do against carriers?
Well, let me tell you, right now we have 0 Hydras. Every single one of them just got morphed into Lurkers, and we don't have that many Hydras to begin with. DIMAGA is stuck on 4 bases, which is the equivalent of his opponent. MindelVK is even taking a 5th as we speak. DIMAGA's economy is in shambles right now.
Yeah, the Protoss and Zerg exchange rate right now basically means that DIMAGA's on 1 base.
Pretty much, mate. I mean, it could be even worse here. I'm surprised that this hatchery survived the initial push as well. I mean, I was going to bring that up earlier, but it did barely survive, barely limping along. But there is no answer to carriers. That's a reality, and MindelVK's economy is about to boom, especially if he's able to get this 5th up and running.
Yeah, MindelVK's going to run away with the economy, and from there, the game as well. I don't think he even needs carriers, for being honest.
Honestly,
but they're nice to have.
If he just warps in 4 more High Templar with Storm, I think he can just A-move, I'll be real. But, you know, he wants a secure victory. The carriers haven't been revealed yet. They have been kept off of creep for the time being, but it looks like, yeah, they will still be hidden. We do have a bit of a Roach run by, and the army's out of mission, but we have a recall.
That's going to be enough to chase all of these roaches back. The pylons and buildings did go down, but the important thing is the Nexus itself is still alive, and MindelVK is on the way to main-art a bunch of probes over.
Yeah, exactly. He's a little bit oversaturated. We should be main-arting those workers soon. And meanwhile, we have a prison being set up on the right-hand side to maybe slip into the main base. The main army is on the left-hand side. We have those High Templar for Storm, and the carriers are about to reveal themselves. No anti-air.
None whatsoever. We got Ravager Biles. And they take out a High Templar. Had 2 High Templar left with full energy.
Yeah. You know, hey, you see all this damage to the carriers? That's all Biles. That was all corrosive Biles.
There we go. Yeah. You know, you see that one carrier? It took hull damage.
Yeah. Let's go, Poppy. As DIMAGA is setting up a Lurker counterattack right now, and you know what? Recall is on cooldown. It was used earlier, so MindelVK cannot make it back home.
But at the same time, neither can DIMAGA, so...
That's true. Yeah.
and DIMAGA can't really reinforce either compared to MindelVK, who still has a lot of supply left over. He can afford to lose this base. It's not a very rich base. He's main-arting his probes over, reinforcing carriers are gonna deal with this because again, nothing shoots up.
Nothing shoots up. The Queens do shoot up though, and they're coming in defensively here. Is this going to be enough? But the Storms are looking a little bit too good. The target firing as well. Biles are gonna be connecting.
Oh, look at that! Look at how red those carriers are.
Yeah.
Look at how nothing else shoots up. GG is gone. Oh, I wanted that one carrier to go down before he left, but 'twas not to be. GG is called, and MindelVK will maintain his position as reigning king of the hill. I'd also like to put a correction on what I said earlier, or what we said earlier, that all the damage on the carriers was Sybiles. No, that's not true. I think that was a bit of damage from Storm.
Storm, yeah. No,
Friendly fire damage from Storm.
I believe that did happen as well. And GG, very well played there by MindelVK. Unfortunately, the map was almost working against DIMAGA in a way where he was focusing a lot on these ground-based pushes, but it took a long time to really counterattack and get across the map, and to even scout as well, to even confirm whether or not there was going to be a transition point from MindelVK.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that DIMAGA came with a bit of a plan, but it wasn't really a plan that would be effective on altitude. Like I said, going for a roach push or roach timing in a ZVP on this map is a little bit of a mixed bag. And the minute he realized that that wasn't going to come to pass, he kind of haphazardly threw together a contingency or a plan B, which is to get into lurkers as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm.
But that also didn't pan out too well, because by the time he did get those lurkers, MindelVK had an army that could go across the map and deal some damage.
Yeah, definitely. It was a rough situation for DIMAGA to be in, where he had to kind of switch plans in the middle of things and try and reorient himself. Regardless, well played to MindelVK to be able to take it, to be able to hold on to his crown. And now we're going to be moving on to our next matchup. Before that happens, though, I want to give a special shout out to some people in the chat, because we did have a raid from Deathsbane AU. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Welcome to OSC King of the Hill. And we also got a resub in the chat, Yaku. I don't know if you saw.
I did see. Welcome, Kerwin, coming down, resubbing for 38 months in a row.
Oh.
That's like a long time.
Thank you so much for the support, Kerwin. It's always great to see you in the chat. You know, we've been a part of the community for a long time, and yeah, it's always great to see you pop by. I know Kerwin isn't the most active player of StarCraft anymore, but he's always there looking to support. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He's busy playing Heroes now.
Is he?
Yeah.
Of New Earth?
What?
Of the Storm.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. But also Funara Korin for and everyone else for playing Heroes when I'm asleep.
Oh, smooch, Boppy, smooch.
Smooch.
Oh my god. So yeah, much love to Carolyn. Much love, always. A great supporter of the Ducklings, an adjacent Duckling, if you will. All ducks do, of course, fly together. And we are going to
that includes, yeah.
Go on.
Oh no, I was going to say, and that includes all ducks fly together, and that also includes boars.
Does it? Does it include boars? Does it have to include boars? Shaking my head, Parker.
I mean...
Oh my! Oh, sorry. In my mind, I was thinking of the buffalo. The one buffalo.
Oh yeah, buffaloes.
Yeah,
as well. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of.
No, there can only be one buffalo.
It's true. It's true. Only one. And we are going to be getting ready for our next series here. And it looks like we have a player of choice.
Oh, I see someone in the channel.
There's a lot of people in the channel.
I see a lot. Yeah, there are a lot of people.
There's a lot of people here. It looks like lined up next for us is supposed to be a Terran player, is supposed to be a teammate of MindelVK. Nicoract is poised to show up here. Just waiting to see if he does end up showing.
Yeah. We can give him a couple of minutes here. There's, you know. I was going to say there's no time limit, but that's the opposite of true. There is a time limit, but we try to be as accommodating as possible here. The, you know, the admins over at OSC, they try to be as accommodating as possible. They know that sometimes it just takes a little while to boot up the game and get everything running.
Yeah, and the reality is that even if Nicoract isn't able to show up in time and he's replaced by another player, because of the format of OSC King of the Hill, we go through a lot of players, and he can always show up at a later time, you know, in a couple of games, maybe later on in the evening. There's plenty of room available here in OSC King of the Hill.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody really knows what the sequence is going to end up being, except Eddie.
Yeah, it's true.
He is a prophet. He sees all.
He is the mastermind behind the storylines that are thrown around here in OSC King of the Hill. You know, we had the Beer Brothers taken out earlier. We've got the rise of MindelVK. We've got the fall of Zerg. And yeah, we'll see kind of where we go from here. I'm really excited. I don't know if we're going to get him later on, but I do see ForJumy in online. And ForJumy...
yeah.
Like a month ago, we saw him popping off in OSC King of the Hill. He was getting some really solid results, and that's actually kind of reflecting a little bit in best of threes. Like he's been doing quite well for himself.
Yeah, I feel like 2023 could really be his year. Honestly, it's just like you said, been popping off left and right in OSC King of the Hills. He's been popping off a lot in a lot of the other weeklies. I think it was just about last year where he went from a maybe player to being more of a mainstay in DreamHack EU, and I think in 2023, he definitely has potential to make it all the way to playoffs.
100%. The result that I was specifically thinking of is this happened, I think, last night. Around 48 hours ago, ForJumy actually took down Lambo in a best of 5. Not even a best of 3, in a best of 5.
Whoa.
He beat Lambo, which is crazy. It's crazy.
You took 3 games?
Yeah.
Off a Lambo?
Off a Lambo.
Off a Lambo?
He's crazy.
Dang.
Oh my god, so he's really a player to keep your eye on as a bit of a rising star in the European scene. There's a lot of players in Europe, there's a lot of mid-tier players, but it's really difficult to break into the higher tier, into, you know, the best of the best in Europe. So ForJumy definitely has potential, and he's definitely showing that off a little bit. So we'll see if we get more of him later on in the evening. He is a member of OSC Elite, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. Oh, right. I completely forgot I saw this bracket a couple days ago. In PassionCraft, ForJumy 3-1'd Max Packs.
Oh.
Then took out Nice 3-2.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually he fell to Clem, but I mean, that's Clem.
Yeah.
Like, he already knocked out one of, if not the best EU Protoss player, and then one of, if not the best Taiwan, Hong Kong, or I guess Asia in general now, Protoss player.
Yeah, that's like he's been popping off, mate.
Yeah,
it's been insane. In the Wardy tournament that did play a couple of days ago as well, he 2-0'd Gumiho. Like, it's crazy.
He did, didn't he?
Like,
yeah.
These are some pretty insane results. Like, mate, the ForJumy stonks are popping off, Bobby. They're just going all over the place. So we'll see if we get him later on.
Man,
we may be bringing him up for no reason. I don't know.
Yeah.
He may not play tonight.
Look, we saw his name.
Yeah.
And then we thought, yep. We tried to we saw his name and the neuron activated.
We had to fill some time, okay?
Yeah. We got to put respect to the name that we saw. You know?
Exactly. And to fill time, the reason why I brought up that he's an OSC Elite member is that to play in OSC King of the Hill, it is reserved only to players that have signed up for OSC Elite membership. One of the benefits is to get access to these OSC tournaments. So you don't just have to be a pro player. If you are maybe a semi-pro or more of an amateur player, then you can take part in this. I will always remember people like Elusori, for example, and stuff like that. Just, you know,
I remember that.
Yeah, being a member of the community, but still just in all these tournaments.
Yeah. Playing in as many as possible. I think even after OSC rolled out its membership or its subscription model, Elusori was still competing here and there, not as active as back in the day, but yeah, it was definitely nice to see his name on brackets. But, okay, I was going to transition to maybe not playing as much, I'm sure that Elusari is still making use of that membership, because members don't only get access to playing in these events, they can also vote on how these events pan out.
There you go. There you go. If I'm not mistaken, there is a voting period for those maps that we were talking about. Specifically for this season, this era of OSC King of the Hill, we do have Romanticide and Ice and Chrome, and I believe that was decided by the player base overall on what old maps they wanted to come in and what new maps they wanted to keep out as well.
One day we'll get Dusk Towers back.
One day, Poppy, one day. Oh my god. You know, every now and then I start like reminiscing, and I just look for some Dust Towers VODs on YouTube, you know, just to relive that era of StarCraft, that map. Oh.
Was it TY versus SOS in that map? That was pretty dang good.
There were a lot of good TY games on that map.
Yep. They really were.
Oh god. Yeah, it was a great time. And speaking of a great time, we have our Terran player.
We have our Terran player, and a couple other players jumped into the channel who I'm hoping we'll see a little bit more of later. But till then, we've got our Terran player.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a team kill. Looks like they're setting up the lobby, and a map has been chosen.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing a lot of this map tonight. And we already have. This is our 5th game? Yeah, 5th game. And our... I forgot which other maps we've seen. I know Altitude was one.
Yeah.
Just casted it, but I don't remember if this is going to be a 3rd or a 4th game on Gressvan.
Yeah, we've had a couple of... we started the night off on this map, if you recall. SharKRippeR did play on this map, and we are seeing it once again.
Indeed, we are. Seems to be a popular TVP map, as we load in to Gressvan LE. We're in the bottom right-hand corner map, spawning all the way in that bottom right-hand quarter. We, of course, have our blue Terran player coming down from the land of Russia, not Belarus. He is going to be representing Storm Gaming, PSG. He is Nicoract.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Gressvan, we have his opponents. We have the orange Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. It is MindelVK.
And I think I'm excited for this matchup purely because Nicoract and MindelVK, it's been a while since they first joined Storm Gaming, but I think in my mind, I always kind of think of them as like, yes, the fresh new pickups on Storm Gaming. You know, KJ's youngest boys.
Yeah, they are quite young players, and they've got a lot of potential with them. Like, MindelVK already doing quite well for himself, better than I thought he would, to be honest. Already in OSC King of the Hill, he's got 2 wins under his belt. Nicoract has been able to punch up a little bit more often, though, so we'll see if MindelVK can hold on to his crown as he's opening up with a 2-gate.
Interesting. Trying to be a little bit more aggressive here.
Yeah, definitely. As Nicoract is going for an SCV scout, he is going to be able to get eyes on both gateways. So now he's fully aware that Adepts, or Stalkers even, should be making their way across the map soon. Should be Adepts. Their goal is going to be to try and delay and deny this low ground CC.
Yeah, it is crucial that Nicoract's able to get his bunker out in time, get a Marine in that bunker, and keep his Reaper alive, just to make sure that the Adepts don't take out the SCV, building that CC.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to pull it off. Meanwhile, the first Reaper is going to be zooming across the map. This is not just for scouting, but also to try and keep the Adepts busy back at home and force a reaction as the Adepts are moving out across the map. We have a shield battery on the way, but it's not done yet. Can he get a probe? Up.
He can get a probe. It can be a little bit annoying with the rest of them, but Not the biggest of deals here for MindelVK. He did not send his adepts back home. He's zooming across the map. The bunker did finish up. There is a Marine inside, and the CC will finish up.
Wow, CC is done. The SCV can be saved inside. It does go into the bunker, and these adepts do shade up the ramp, but the wall is a wall. We don't really have too many units to speak of at the moment, so these adepts, they can force some damage, especially if they force some boys to be pulled to repair this wall.
Just like so, the Reaper surprisingly didn't go home. Actually, continued to harass at that Nexus, try to force a little bit of a reaction from MindelVK, but of course that reaction is to just hammer down the supply depot. Nice SCV micro from Nicoract. Oh, I think this is the first one he's going to lose.
Yeah. Two of them are going to be going down, but the wall is still standing strong. Meanwhile, across the map, this Reaper is at least forcing zero mining at the natural base. So we are heavily oversaturated in the main. So MindelVK is also sustaining some economic losses. But oh my god, more SCVs are falling.
Yeah, delaying mining from that natural base is good. Losing 6 SCVs is even better right now for MindelVK. And he can't even get the supply depot!
Oh god, the depot is going to go down. We do have a lock-on and one adept is going to be focused down, but the rest are going to commit to the shade, and we're going to focus down even more of these workers.
Yeah, I think this is a good choice for MindelVK. The adepts don't scale that well going into the mid-game, so whatever extra damage he can get done, he might as well try to get done. He's had 10 workers.
Yeah, there we go. Looking at the units lost tab, it was 4 adepts for 8 SCVs, a marine, and even that depot as well. So, pretty good start here from MindelVK. We can see how far ahead he is in the worker count.
Yeah. And on top of that, Nicoract was forced to throw down supply. That's 50 energy that he won't have available for a scan, that he won't have available for a mule.
Yeah, exactly. So Nicoract trying to make the best out of a bad situation. He's following things up with a bit of a 2-1-1 setup. We have the reactor on the way on this starport, so we can just lift up and zoom across the map as soon as stim is done. So not necessarily something you see too often in this matchup.
Yeah, not something you see too often, but definitely something that I think Nicoract really needs to get done here.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if he can pull it off as MindelVK is following this up with a Twilight Council. We have Blink on the way, as well as 2 more gateways. So 4 gate Blink Stalkers is pretty aggressive, to be honest. With this, he's going to be looking to get map control, and it's going to be on Nicoract to try and avoid these Stalkers when he does move out with his Metavacs.
Yeah, slowly but surely. I'm very impressed that this Reaper stayed alive this entire time. I mean, he's going in for a full-on scout. He confirms, yep, that's additional gateways, that's a robo facility. This is going to be more of a gateway army coming my way with a little bit of immortal support. The last thing Nicoract wants to do right now is pull a NoMercy.
Yeah. We'll see if he can kind of work with this information that he has gathered. Blink is now done, and MindelVK is going to be moving out to get that map control to contain Nicoract to these 2 bases. We do see the Metavacs are on the way. We even got a Raven first as well, so Nicoract playing this out very safe, making sure he even has detection just in case.
Yeah, just in case there are DTs coming his way, just in case there is an observer granting MindelVK high ground vision. Which there will be very, very soon.
Yeah, the observer is slipping into the main base. We'll see if Nicoract can catch wind of this and maybe try and deny this to make sure that MindelVK can't blink into the main. Meanwhile, we have a transition. We have a bay being thrown down. MindelVK is looking to get into splash damage.
Yeah. And it takes quite a lot of time to get Colossus or Disruptor, so MindelVK doesn't want to be too aggressive. Again, his priority right now is to just buy time for that splash damage, and he is accomplishing that without committing to anything, really.
Yeah, I mean, we've got these Metavacs
committing to an attack.
Exactly, and these Metavacs have been done for quite some time. Stim has been done for a while, and finally we see Nicoract is going to be going across the map with this drop. He goes for a scan. He does spot that observer. He's going to get in position to try and snipe it with a lock, and he should be able to get it up.
But the Cyclone just wasn't fast enough.
Oh, an unfortunate scan there from Nicoract. Meanwhile, the drops are moving on out. We do have a boost across the map. There is an observer in position to scout this, though.
There is, but other units to defend. MindelVK just warped in a couple of stalkers that are making their way across the map.
Oh, this is an unfortunate unload.
Yeah.
Unloads underneath the observer. MindelVK is fully aware of the drop. We have stalkers waiting in the main. We have the Colossus waiting at the natural with a shield battery with overcharge.
Yeah. And it's a drop that's even more unfortunate considering the fact that that Nicoract was anticipating a third to be in the triangle base location.
Up!
Oh! But the Colossus exposes itself so much, and it will get sniped. Nicoract will load up whatever he can and try to get out of there. Very good snipe here from MindelVK, able to take out those two drops. When it's all said and done, I'm not sure who's ahead here. I mean, getting that Colossus is really, really important, but losing 2 full medevacs worth of units will just stifle any momentum Nicoract may have gotten in that drop.
Yeah, that was a brutal loss for Nicoract. A brutal price to pay for that Colossus. Did get it in the end, which is nice, but especially because he lost both medevacs, he has to relinquish map control. He can't be as active as he otherwise would have liked to have been. He is getting his third base up and running, is catching up economically at least, and at least MindelVK doesn't have a fourth yet.
Yeah, he's starting to work on run right now. And it's an interesting choice here from MindelVK. He's actually going for a bit of a counterattack.
Yeah, he is going to be rotating around the southern portion of the map. He has to be careful. We're kind of bringing it up, but he only has 1 Colossus right now. Like, this isn't the sturdiest army as a result. But it looks like more than anything, he's like looking for maybe some stray medevacs. He's looking for some drops. I don't think he really intends to push into the third.
Yeah, that'd be insane right now if you're MindelVK. This Warp Prism is sneaking around the Sensor Tower. They should be able to get a couple of warp-ins, I say that, but we do have a patrol of Marines in the main base. If they can get their eyes on the Warp Prism, if they can get their eyes on the Warp Prism, if they can get their eyes on the Warp Prism, Marines, please!
For none of these Marines, we get a full warping of Zealots in the main base. At the same time, MindelVK is going to be crashing upon this third base. We have 3 tanks in position, but only one of them is firing.
Yeah, only one of them, I guess, really was in position. MindelVK wants to be very, very conservative pushing into this, but he knows he doesn't need to. That warp-in of Zealots completely wipes out the mineral line in this main base. It's a huge victory right now for our reigning King of the Hill.
Mate, 19 SCVs go down. Those Marines had one job. For none of those Marines, mate. As finally the Zealots are going to get cleaned up, but the Prism is still here in the dead space, waiting to go in once again.
That hurt my soul, man. I felt it deep. I feel for Nicoract so much as a fellow Terran player. His attention was elsewhere. You know, his focus was on getting his drop across the map. His focus was on just trying to find a bit of a kink in MindelVK's armor, but unfortunately, and he thought he was safe keeping those Marines back at home, but unfortunately he was not. Now he's going for a huge counterattack, and you know, there are only 2 Colossus.
Yeah, and there we go. We only have 1 Colossus remaining. Nice target firing there from Nicoract. He's able to stim on forward, but he has to be careful not to overextend, not to fight too much outside of range of those tanks. But that wasn't a bad fight.
Yeah. He definitely bled out quite a bit of infantry, but those are easily replaceable. His tank count is still up, and his tank count is still alive. And that's really the important backbone of this Terran army. The War Prism came back.
Yeah, the War Prism is back with a vengeance. 4 more SCVs are going to be going down. This is pulling the entire army of Nicoract all the way back home, all the way back into the main. Finally, we have some Vikings, and this will force a recall on the Prism. The Prism gets sniped.
Justice.
Yo, justice has been all is right in the world. The goddamn Prism goes down, but it did more than pay for itself.
It really did. Killing that Prism isn't going to bring back all of those lost SCVs. Nicoract is trying to rebuild them as best as he can, but safe to say he's going to be behind economically for quite some time.
Yeah, he's behind an entire base, an entire mineral line right now, and because of that, we need to see some moves coming out from him sooner rather than later. He does now have some ghosts and some Vikings in his army, so he has been able to refine his army ever more, but he has to be careful. There's a straight disruptor waiting for him.
Oh, one Nova, one Nova, one Nova, one Nova, one Nova, one Nova, one Nova! Will not pop. Quick enough reactions from Nicoract to snipe it before the Nova pops off in the end. Could have, that really could have been the end of the game right there if Nicoract was even a second too late to react.
You're not wrong, mate. You're not wrong. That would have been devastating, but here we go. The army has been spotted by the spotter Zealots. Very nicely done by MindelVK to spread out his units all throughout the map. Meanwhile, we have a Zealot run by. There's not much here at home. A lot of the production is going to be going down, and Nicoract is not turning around.
Yeah, MindelVK is really making the most out of every single Zealot he has, whether it's for scouting, whether it's to go for harass. And now the entire mineral line of Nicoract is going down. He is repaying that by trying to take out this base. He leaves his tanks completely exposed, however.
Yeah, was it worth it in the end? Nova's going to go up and it will connect with a bunch of that army. We do see the MindelVK was completely out of position. He loses a base and he loses a mineral line, but at the same time, so did Nicoract. So even though Nicoract killed the base, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and there was also a lot of killed barracks that were in production. I'm so surprised at how well these Vikings are holding up, but I guess there actually aren't that many Stalkers on the ground.
Yeah, one of the Colossus went down. The second Colossus almost got targeted down as well. So Nicoract does take a decent fight, but again, look at the economy. He can't even saturate his third mate.
He really can't. I mean, I was gonna go into the whole, well, MindelVK is on like 2.5 bases. Nicoract is also on 2.5 bases, and he's got mules, but then I looked at the worker difference, and being behind 20 workers, you're still gonna feel those effects.
Definitely. I mean, it was still a nice move of Nicoract to get a free base, basically. You know, again, he was able to outposition MindelVK, and we cannot stress how good that was for him to pull off. Oh, and his army supply is looking quite decent as well.
Yeah, when it's all said and done, that fight at that 5th base location is what's keeping Nicoract in the game right now. There is still a chance for him. I definitely think that he can still win this, but he needs everything to go right for him in his next when it comes to his next few engagements.
Yeah, exactly, and it looks like one ghost goes down. He's going to be able to get another one of these Nexuses. So once again, out-positioning MindelVK, his army. He's done. He's not going to engage. He's going for a counterattack.
Yeah, are we going full base trait mode? It looks like that's what Nicoract wants right now. He's feeling confident enough to be able to take out all of these buildings of MindelVK before his buildings get taken out. Nova will find a very juicy connection, but I'm not sure. But that's not exactly the win condition right now for either player. The win condition is to win the base trade.
Yeah, exactly. This is a risky move for MindelVK because he cannot lift his buildings. He doesn't really have any probes out on the map either. So what you see is what you get. He may be forced to recall.
I don't think he has a recall available to him. He doesn't have enough energy for a recall. If Nicoract is able to snipe this Nexus somehow, then I don't think MindelVK can really turn around. He's started to right now, which I think is a smart move. He has a much better army. He can send in a couple of units back home to get ready to take out this army. I think it's going to work out for him, but we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, look, one probe is outside of the main. A Nexus gets thrown down. Okay, MindelVK will not be eliminated if his main base gets cleaned up, and he is turning back around. He wants to try and protect his last Nexus.
Yeah, this one Nexus is basically what's keeping MindelVK in the game right now. This is very risky to send out the medevacs, but I think Nicoract saw the writing on the wall. GG is called. MindelVK will maintain his streak. And I don't know if it's my Terran apologia here, Light, but even after the GG was called, I still think there was a slim chance for Nicoract to be able to win that.
I think if he found the last Nexus, I think he could. I think MindelVK could have just A-moved and killed Nicoract's army, but because he opted to go for the base trade, he was giving Nicoract like the best chance to win the game.
He really was.
Let's be real here. So if Nicoract was able to get eyes on the last Nexus, then maybe he would have been able to win the game overall, but he was on a timer because MindelVK was turning around, right? Because he was turning around with his army, he was turning back around to protect his building, so it would have been very difficult to pull off. Regardless, GG, well played to Mindel.
Yeah, very nicely done here. I think that might have been the closest game we've had tonight so far. And I'm all for it. You know, there's a reason why both of these players are on Psystorm. There's a reason why KJ decided to pick up both of them.
Yeah, definitely.
Around the same time.
Yeah, you know, they are both players with a lot of really good potential, and MindelVK is going to continue his streak again. Really impressive results all around. I think MindelVK is a little bit overshadowed by a lot of players on his team, but he's really been able to find some time to shine. And he's coming out, Poppy, he's coming out!
He's coming out on a map that isn't in the current map pool. ForJumy is making his appearance this evening on Romanticide.
Let's go, Poppy. Let's go. ForJumy, we went on a little bit of a tangent earlier in the day, talking about how insane his results have been recently, how much kind of time and effort he's put in, and it is finally paying off, and now here he is in a PvP.
It's a good thing we went on that tangent on him earlier.
Yeah.
Because he did not waste any time. He did not waste any time after the end of that game to get the vetoes done here with MindelVK and to get the lobby ready. He's eager.
He is eager, mate. He is ready to earn some of that money to dethrone the king. So far, the longest kingship, the longest reign that we've had so far tonight.
Yeah, 3 games. Which is pretty much a good sign, but we can get into that later, I guess. As we are now loading into Romanticide. LE, a map from days of your making its re-debut. And in the top left-hand corner, map starting all the way in the top left-hand corner, we have our green Protoss player coming out from the land of Germany. He is, of course, going to be representing K10. K10 GG. He is ForJumy.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Romanticide, we have his opponents. We have the current king of the hill. He's taken down one of each race. But can he take down the up-and-comer? It is representing Psystorm Gaming, MindelVK.
PSG?
PSG?
I think, yeah, what I was getting at earlier is, I think it's very exciting if you have a King of the Hill where the reigns are only a few games long. It's still, like, it can still be very exciting if you have, like, one player is, like, maintaining a streak the entire time. Who's gonna be the one to take him out? But, yeah, if it's just, like, each king only reigns for, like, 3 or 4, or 2 or 3 games, really, it really shows how competitive the bracket is.
Yeah, you know, things can go a couple of different ways, right? Sometimes it's really exciting to see someone bring down a dominant force in the region when they do have a really long streak. But it can be difficult to pull that off, you know, and things can kind of sometimes get a little bit samey if you've got the one guy just kind of knocking everyone down. So we'll see if that's going to be the case here. You know, MindelVK has a lot of wins under his belt, and this next one is going to be his biggest challenge yet. ForJumy, up until recently, I would have said, you know, relatively comparable skill to MindelVK, but because of the recent results in 2023, ForJumy is looking to be the next rising star in Europe.
Yeah. He is on that upswing, and as long as he's able to maintain his form that he's had for the past couple of weeks, I don't want to say he's going to become the next DreamHack champion or anything, but I think he's on his way to becoming a mainstay in playoffs. MindelVK does not trust him one bit to play a standard game.
I mean, I don't blame him. Romanticide is an older map, and it's a very large map. So MindelVK is searching ever. I remember here behind the mineral wall as well used to be the old proxy location, the common proxy location. So he is looking everywhere, making sure that ForJumy is on the up and up.
Yeah, I worry that he potentially got into his own head. I mean, I can kind of get logic. It's like, okay, ForJumy, he's picking a map that's on the current map pool. He's picking a map that hasn't been in a map pool for like 3 or so years. He's got to have something planned. Well, turns out, not really.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting how these openers have turned out. Of course, we had 2 gate openers from both Protoss players. We do see that MindelVK did open up with a Stalker or double Stalker, followed up by 2 more, followed up by 2 more. He is on 1 base. Bear that in mind. We have a 3rd gateway being thrown down. He is committing to the 1 base aggression, and he's got Blink behind this.
Embrace the NA.
Speaking of NA, that is the 4th gateway, so MindelVK is going for a 1 base 4 gate all-in.
You love to see it, or at least I do. Bringing a little bit of chaos into the mix. He's fully walled off in that 1 base. The only thing he has to do right now is build Stalkers and Micro.
Exactly. The Stalkers reveal themselves. ForJumy feels like something is amiss. He's going for a bit of a hallucinated scout. He gets zoned away from the proxy location, so he doesn't see the 4th gateway, but when he gets across the map and when he sees the lack of natural, he's going to realize what's going on.
Yeah, thankfully ForJumy is opening up relatively safe. He decided to opt for a Robo Facility. He's getting Immortals because he's not 100% sure what's coming his way. Well, I say that, but he knows he's gonna have to weather a little bit of a storm of Immortals coming in, Stalkers coming his way.
Yeah, exactly. Now he's got the scout off. He's throwing down some more shield batteries. He's getting ready for this. He even hallucinates an Immortal as well to try and bait out some shots.
Yeah, if he can. Sentry does get sniped, but not before throwing down a couple of force fields. Very important force fields right now. And ForJumy, the last thing he wants to do right now is to activate battery overcharge too soon.
Yeah, he cannot get baited out here as the 2nd Immortal is making his way down the ramp. Another great force field is going to be reducing the surface area and making sure that as few Stalkers as possible for MindelVK are actually attacking. Do see a Shade coming in, but ForJumy is quick to wall off his main.
Yeah, but that is going to be enough to give him the high ground vision. The Stalkers do blink up, but now I feel like, ForJumy isn't trapped in here with MindelVK. MindelVK is trapped in here with ForJumy, but the Immortals do get blinked on and do get sniped. They put in a lot of shots. They had a lot of firepower, taking out a lot of Stalkers. But all of a sudden, ForJumy isn't as safe as he once was. His Robo Facility got depowered too.
It did get depowered. There we go. We do have another pylon being thrown down, and we do have another Immortal on the way. But you know what? ForJumy overextending a little bit.
And he doesn't have Blink.
Oh, he does not have Blink. I believe he still has an overcharge, though, available if he so chooses. Here we go. Another Immortal shows up, and there it is. GG!
Just barely. ForJumy is able to dethrone MindelVK and will be the next reigning king of the hill. Not quite as long as the PVT that we just witnessed, but every bit as close, arguably even closer there.
Mate, that was intense. when we saw the commitment to the Shade just to get high ground vision for MindelVK to blink into the main base, to depower the Robo, to focus on the Immortals as well. Like, these felt like the moves to go for, but it also cost him a lot of Stalkers. He was slowly running out of steam. Like, again, he's all in. Every Stalker counts. That was a tight hold.
A very tight hold. One of the few games that I think you can really say that just about everything went right for both of our players. It's just that MindelVK gambled a little bit on going for a build that wasn't gonna scale well at all to the mid game. In fact, he didn't even have a mid game in mind. That was a 1 base all-in coming in from him, and he needed to win as soon as possible, and he almost did. He really almost did, but yeah, ForJumy, those force fields were the MVPs. Those immortals were the MVPs. Those everythings were the MVPs here.
Yeah, it was very well done there from ForJumy. Once he realized what was going on, a very nice calculated responses. And now he is our new King of the Hill, and we are going to be heading over to Land of the Americas.
Ooh.
We are switching servers because our next opponent, the next player, is going to be someone near and dear to our hearts.
Oh, Starduck.
You're close, pup. You're close. From Southeast Asia, from Vietnam, it is going to be the King of the Sea.
Oh, looking to now become the King of the Hill. That's not really fair, though. You know, being King of the Hill and the Sea.
Oh,
But you know, sometimes, life isn't fair.
Yes, the greed of MeomaikA. He wants a crown on top of his crown. He wants to be the King of the Hill, and this is going to be a close one. You know, ForJumy is on the up and up. He has been getting some good results against some of these Koreans, against some of these Europeans, but MeomaikA, he's a bit of a different beast.
Yeah, very different beast on a very different team now.
Yes, recently it was announced he did get picked up by Team Gosu, and he is going to be representing them in WTL.
Yeah. Qualifiers being played tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah. Tomorrow's are going to be the qualifiers. We will be casting the qualifiers over on this channel, so if you're interested in following WTL, it will be here. I don't think we're going to be able to cast MeomaikA, though. We're going to be busy casting our own Ducklings, our own team.
Oh, I wanted to play in MeomaikA's stead.
Some great banter going on in the chat. You have played this season. I do see you do have your rank.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. I dropped like 200 MMR, but I have the same rank.
Oh, beautiful. All right, here we go. We are getting into our next game. Heading over to Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and how much more fitting it is to play on this map when we have the King of the Sea, because we are now on 2,000 atmospheres. LE. We're in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, starting all the way. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have our green Protoss player coming out from the land of Germany. He's going to be representing K10 GG. He is ForJumy.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner of 2,000 atmospheres, we have his opponents. The Vietnamese Zurich player representing his new team, Team Gosu, going for a pull first. It is MeomaikA.
Now, I don't think ForJumy played against... There's a game in my mind from a previous King of the Hill where it was ForJumy up against... I think it was a Protoss player? Something like that. And I don't remember who it was he played against, but that Protoss player shattered his innocence
I think it was
back in the day.
Beastork.
It may have been Beastork, yeah. ForJumy showed up, he was so enthusiastic, he GLH'd F with an exclamation mark, and then, I don't remember if it was Beastork or not, but let's just say it was Beastork. Beastork just whipped out some kind of crazy one-base timing that just shattered his innocence, you know, and ever since then, ForJumy has been in his villain era.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like ForJumy, he isn't unfamiliar with the Southeast Asian players. You know, whether it's Beastork, whether it's MeomaikA, whether it's Demi as well. You know, they have gone up against each other from time to time in these weekly tournaments. So it's not his first time facing the King of the Sea, and facing these crazy players from Southeast Asia. So we'll see how he's able to play against this. Again, MeomaikA has a very unique style, especially in this matchup.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he's already kind of showing that here. I don't know if you noticed, but MeomaikA did go for a pool gas hatch opener. With this, he does have lings very early on, as we can see, just to fend off any kind of probes and just so he can able to be expanding. At the same time, he's also going for a very fast ling speed, and he doesn't pull out of gas.
That he does not. He wants to make use of it later on. Not always for banelings, though.
Yeah, I remember for a long time MeomaikA was very adverse to making banelings, much to his detriment. Shaking my head. But regardless, he is still going to be mining that gas. Is going to be saturating the space. ForJumy does, of course, scout and confirm the unnatural natural, and he's going to be doing his best to try and be as annoying as possible to pick off whatever he can.
Yeah, I think he did also see that the spawning pool is researching, but drones weren't pulled out of gas, so he should know that MeomaikA is going to pull something a little bit aggressive in the near future. So getting oracles out to confirm is super important. What's also important is to be safe at home with a wall.
Yeah, there we go. He does have the Stargate as a part of the wall. A little bit old school here for the SimCity. Regardless, he's opening up with an Oracle to get scouting information. And I was really curious to see what MeomaikA was going to do with this abundance of gas, and he still has a lot of gas to work with. But he is going for a very fast lair, and he's even taking a second of gas. Mate, are you feeling the Hydras?
I'm feeling the Muta, no. I am feeling the Hydras quite a bit here. It's a unit that MeomaikA loves a lot. Usually when I think of MeomaikA with Hydras, I think of a ZVT. But he just likes the unit in general. I wouldn't be too surprised if he whips it out here in a ZVP.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. As the first Oracle dips in, it takes a lot of hull damage though, and MeomaikA is making a swell of lings. He's rushing across the map to try and deny this third base, but the SimCity is looking a little bit too good. ForJumy should be able to hold on, but again, MeomaikA did commit a lot to these lings.
Yeah, he needs to find some way to make use of them.
Yeah,
even if just for a buffer for these Hydras coming down.
There we go. Hydrogen is thrown down. What's important is that this Oracle did see the lair as it was morphing in, did take note of a very fast lair timing, so Hydras should be a possibility in the back of ForJumy's mind. We'll see if he can piece it together, because I believe he hasn't seen the tech structure itself.
Yeah, I doubt that. For all he knows, it could be a Spire. It could be Mutalisk coming down, but that is a little bit too crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Or at least I think that's what ForJumy is thinking, because he is getting charged.
Yeah, he is getting charged. Meanwhile, we do see Ling's going to be punishing this exposed Cybercore a little bit, but he is going to be backing off in the end. Shield Battery is finishing up, so this natural base is looking, or this natural entrance is looking quite secure. Meanwhile, Hydra production has commenced, and we do see Hydra speed on the way for Mio.
Yeah. This is what he loves to prioritize over Groove Spines. He doesn't get Hydras as a defensive unit. He loves to be as aggressive as he can with these.
Exactly, and ForJumy is responding with Chargelot Archon as his composition of choice, which honestly can do quite well against Ling Hydra, to be honest. Now, MeomaikA has a really interesting way of doing this. He kind of morphs in a key amount of Hydras, and then he just keeps on pumping Lings and Lings to help buffer and to help reinforce and to help keep his Hydras alive. As long as he's able to keep these, as long as he's able to preserve the Hydra count, he can snowball.
He really can, and yeah, I would just echo what you said earlier on that light. I think Archon Chargelot is probably the hardest counter you can get against Ling Hydra, but that's against a normal Ling Hydra. Against a MeomaikA style of Ling Hydra, where you pump out as many Lings to keep your Hydralists alive, it's a bit of a different story.
It really is. The other thing to take note of when it comes to this style is that there is no Evo Chamber, there are no upgrades, there are no creep tumors either, because it's MeomaikA. He's spreading creep with his overlords, he's rushing everything across the map, he's cutting drones here at 51.
Yeah. Well, I guess the creep tumor part isn't like a hard rule for this style, but for MeomaikA specifically, no matter what the style, no tumors is a hard rule.
Exactly. And here we go, the Hydras are moving on forward. Nice bait on that Sage Trap, and the Lings are flooding on in. He's trying to get on top of these Archons. Oh my god!
Pretty nice around on top of a lot of those Zealots, but that was a beautiful move by ForJumy. In all of that chaos, he was building a second Stasis Trap. he just catches the vast majority of MeomaikA's army. MeomaikA, he's waiting for that timer to run out. He wants to flank from every single direction with everything he's got, but this just buys ForJumy so much time to get into position.
Mate, that was the money stasis trap he ever could have gotten, and here we go. The Lings are evaporating. The Oracles are diving in as well. He's trying to get on top of these Hydras, and the Ling buffer evaporates.
I don't think I will ever witness a juicier stasis war than what I just saw. Like, MeomaikA's build was going so well until it wasn't. And now he's forced to retreat, tail between his legs. He's kind of fallen flat on his face.
Yeah, unfortunately, the first timing is the strongest. MeomaikA is trying to transition. He throws down a 4th base, very late 4th, all things considered, and he's trying to drone up. He's trying to saturate his bases. He is rushing into Lurker tech, which makes a lot of sense because he knows he's on the back foot. He needs Lurkers to survive long enough to make a game out of this.
Yeah, and he's going to have to find some way to turtle up from here. ForJumy has control of the entire map right now. He can do whatever he wants. If he wants to get a 4th base, he can. If he wants to push out and try to apply some pressure on MeomaikA, he also can. He's got so much mobility. He's got so much map control.
He really does. We do see a bit of a Ling run by. He is going to catch wind of the army, but ForJumy, he is undeterred. He's continuing to push out across the map, and I don't think there's a world where MeomaikA can hold on to this 4th.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if he gets into position and comes in for a full-on surround, and also if ForJumy ignores it, like so.
Yeah, he wants to go for the kill, mate. He doesn't want the 4th. He wants the main army. Is this an overextension for ForJumy? We'll see. He's getting on top of the Hydras.
He doesn't want the 4th. He wants a W. The Archons are all bunched up now, and they are getting on top of the Hydras. That's a really good target firing from MeomaikA. Picking out one Archon after another. Surprisingly good damage here for MeomaikA, but I still think that the army of ForJumy is a bit too potent for MeomaikA to contend with.
It really is, especially with another warp in of Zealots. We do see the Archons turning around once again, and without Lings to support, these Hydras are so squishy. They are so vulnerable. This 3rd base is under threat, and the Hydras are going down.
GG is called. ForJumy will keep his crown as the reigning king of the hill. MeomaikA, he's going to have to be happy with just a C, at least tonight.
Oh, GG, well played. Oh, that was a really, really insane stasis trap. Like, oh my god. The game would have been completely different if that stasis trap didn't go off the way that it did. Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm not sure if MeomaikA would have been able to win then and there if not for the stasis trap, but he would have, at least been able to maybe kill a base, get himself ahead, potentially transition, but then again, it is MeomaikA we're talking about, so he probably would have just held on to Z key and just kept trying to push. But yeah, that one stasis trap, I think, solidified this game in favor for ForJumy. We were talking about MeomaikA trying to transition out of that, but I think we both kind of sense there's nothing he can really do to win from here on out. ForJumy just has complete control of the game.
Yeah, it's the nature of MeomaikA's build. It's very all-in, it's very committed, and he isn't really set up to take a 4th or to have an economic kind of an economy really to kind of power his way through to get a 4th to tech up as well. So yeah, a little bit of a rough transition period there from MeomaikA. ForJumy holds onto his crown, and we are going to be heading back over to the land of Europe for our next series.
Oh. Who has Eddie brought forth?
Oh, it's your boy. It's your favorite boy. It's the player who has recently evolved. It's his world.
For Wayne?
There you go.
Why is Wayne my boy?
Oh my god. He used to be your boy.
Vanya was my boy.
Oh, smooch. Yeah. Vanya was your boy, and then he went through some phases. He had a little bit of an identity crisis, and I think I have to say that he still has a bit of an identity crisis as he's just continuing to change his name. It's Wayne.
I mean, it's a little better than Rattata.
It is, yeah.
He is evolving.
I feel like I could be mistaken, but I feel like Wayne is the westernized version of Vanya. Like,
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
yeah. Especially
What is the Cyrillic or the Slavic version of Bruce?
that's what we need to find out. Because I was about to say that I know that like in Polish and in a lot of these other Slavic nations, the W is pronounced as a V. So you know, again, there is that kind of more similar style to Vanya.
Yeah, I know in Polish, Paul is Pavel.
Oh, there you go.
John is like Jan.
There you go. Why do you know
could
John?
Be a similar thing with
yeah. There we go.
You could ask, why do I know what John Paul is in Polish? I had a childhood.
There you go.
That was somewhat religious.
There you go.
Is all I'm gonna say about that.
Very Polish religious, apparently. As we are going to be getting into our next game here, another PVZ.
Indeed, we are, but a very different Zerg player from a very different region, but still very unorthodox, as we continue the streak of our Protoss King here on Neo-Humanity. Glad to see this out. Neo-Humanity, where in the bottom right-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our green Protoss player coming out from the land of Germany. He is, of course, going to be representing Team K10. He is ForJumy.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Neo-Humanity, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player representing Team StarCom. It is Wayne. For now.
Yeah. Wait, I could be mistaken, but wasn't Wayne a Pokemon trainer?
Was he?
It was the one with the shorts that were comfy.
The comfy I don't know.
Oh no, that was Joey. That was Joey. Never mind.
Joey Wheeler?
What? From Yu-Gi-Oh? No, it's like he's like the guy who like says, "Oh, my Rattata is like the top percent of Rattatas." I don't know why that's my Pokemon trait.
I have no idea what you're on about, man. I know Ash, I know Misty, I know Brock, I know Gary Oak. That's who I know, okay? I know Blaine.
Gary Chad.
No,
Blaine?
Yeah, I know Blaine.
In the island?
Yeah. Mate,
Fire guy?
that was sick. The match between Charizard and Magmar, mate, that was peak Pokemon, mate.
Oh.
Let's go.
I didn't watch the anime.
You're missing out, mate. You're missing out.
At least not Ash. Am I though?
Probably not. Probably not.
I read the manga. That's the one franchise where I can be an annoying, about that.
Well, I mean, the manga's just completely different. It's just its own thing.
It is. It's very. Yeah.
Oh god. But
the characters actually age in the manga.
They do. And this character here has been aging as well, you know, has been evolving from one name to another, and I'm curious to see what he has planned for us, because we are getting into our fresh game, and this is Wayne's map choice. He did opt to, you know, have all this happen, have all this occur on Neo-Humanity.
Yeah, interesting that he chose the Terran map, but yeah.
True.
Oh yeah, Neo-Humanity, of course, is known for being the shortest rush distance map in the current pool, or at least one of the shortest rush distance map in the current pool. It also gives players a lot of options when it comes to expanding. Do you want to be safe and mine out that gold, or do you want to be a bit more standard, a bit more, but also at a little bit more of a risk and get that triangle third?
Yeah, I'm really curious, because I'm pretty sure maybe 90% of ZVPs that I've seen on this map, the Zerg player as a third or even the natural takes the forward the forward rich vespene gas base, and it's like
Oh,
it's like a launch pad for the creep, and it's a launch pad for a roach all in. We've seen it done by Dark, we've seen it done by Raynor, Serral as well. But Wayne opts not to take the forward base. You know, he takes a much more natural triangular third base instead. So I'm really curious to see how he plays this out, if he's going to play a much more standard ZVP instead.
Yeah, but for now, he is just keeping things as safe as can be, you know, apart from going for a linear third. He is getting his four crawlers, he's making sure his queens are in position to catch an oracle if one is being thrown his way, and he's getting roaches.
Yeah, pretty interesting here. So a Roach Warren is thrown down at around the 4-minute mark, so nothing too crazy. It is kind of in a hidden location, which is interesting, so we'll see if he does end up cutting workers. Meanwhile, the two oracles are finally going to move out across the map. It is a triple oracle opener from ForJumy, very standard, very safe. He's got his third base on time, on location as well, but Wayne, he hasn't made any drones in quite some time. Oh.
Yeah, and I don't think he intends to for quite some time. That's why it's so important for him to have these queens in position to be able to take out these oracles, because he's not going to be remaking these drones whatsoever. One of them goes down, catches 5 drones, which is not too bad. And Wayne actually is looking to replace them. Huh.
Yeah, he made a massive swell of lings, and we can see them here. This is a pretty big commitment from Wayne, but he's not really finding too much damage. He gets 2 probes for his troubles, he gets met by a shield battery and adepts, and he can't really do too much here at this third base location. He's making roaches, but as you said, he is replacing his lost drones.
Yeah, I guess when he made his way across the map, he kind of realized he wasn't going to be able to break ForJumy, at least not with the units that he's made. So he's just going to gear up for round 2, you know, get to 65 drones, I imagine. Get ready for a powerful roach timing.
Yeah, he's even getting a 4th base. This time it is going to be that forward base with the Rich Vest being gas. We have Ravagers on the way as well, so Wayne is going to be calming down and focusing on his economy for the time being. Meanwhile, ForJumy has survived the early game, he survived the Ling aggression, and he himself is also gearing up for the mid game.
Indeed he is. Charge is on the way along with +1. Looks to be a very similar style to what he did against MeomaikA, just getting charge lots and archons, which funnily enough might not be as good against roaches, but still pretty dang good.
Yeah, it's just become a really meta style recently. You know, long gone are the day, not long gone, but you know, the hero blink stalker style has kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit. We still see it mid-series, but ForJumy is adopting the more meta style instead, going for charge lots, going for archons, going for immortals. Very ground-based composition here from our Protoss.
Took long enough for Charged Archon to get back into the meta. It's not like it ever really got nerfed or ever really got weakened or anything like that, but yeah, it was never really the meta style for a lot of Protoss players. I think the last time it was probably 2016? I don't know.
Yeah, I think the main reason for the shift in meta is mainly because Zerg players became very kind of accustomed to making mass Ling against Stalkers, and Stalkers have a hard time against these kind of Ling Roach Ravager compositions, so Protoss just naturally shifted their way away from the Stalker towards the Zealot instead. And we'll see how this all goes as Wayne is gaining control of his side of the map, and he's even got the Infestation Pit, and we see why.
Those are swarm hosts coming down, you know. Protoss wasn't the only race to innovate, as swarm hosts have been getting a lot more popular in the ZVP matchup. Against Archons and Chargelets, you don't really want to be fighting them head on, but that's the beauty of the swarm hosts. You never actually need to fight Archons and Immortals head on.
Yeah, if you recall, it was during the DIMAGA series where we were bringing up the Swarm Hosts about how typically Blink Stalkers can deny them and keep up with them, but because of the resurgence of Chargel Archon, it's a little more difficult to really punish them as the Station Traps go up.
ForJumy's oracles are just built different. Yeah, his stasis wards are just a little bit better camouflage, a little bit more transparent, and yeah, he is pushing back this entire Protoss army, or Zerg army, I should say. The Storms do get eaten by Wayne because, of course, it's a very tight map, Neo-Humanity. There's not that much space to really split your forces on.
Yeah, it really isn't, and ForJumy was able to deal with the first Locust Wave quite well, but Wayne has maxed out at this point. We do see a massive warping of Zealots into the main base of Wayne to try to force his attention back at home.
Yeah, but the attention is not back at home. Wayne is losing drones, but he doesn't mind losing them as long as he's able to reciprocate the damage. Unfortunately for Wayne, doesn't seem like he's able to.
Yeah, exactly. 15 workers are going to be going down. He's going to be targeting down some of these some of these Archons. He does get 2 of them for his troubles. The main army of ForJumy is slowly being whittled away.
Yeah, ForJumy hasn't lost his backbone entirely yet, but it's getting chipped away. He's losing a couple of joints.
Yeah, like,
fine.
He's kept the Immortals alive, but his Archon count is almost completely reset. Another Locust Wave is coming in. The Zealot run by across the map has finally been cleaned up, and now Wayne can focus on his assaults.
That was such an important Corrosive Vial, basically taking out every single warping in Zealot.
Yeah, the Zealots...
He's got momentum now.
Yeah, he does have the momentum. We do see another Zealot run by across the map, going to be trying to shut down the fresh mining base, or the fresh hatchery of Wayne. He's going to be targeting down the hatchery, and it looks like it should go down.
Just barely, and a couple of Zealots, one Zealot, will be able to get recalled in the end.
There he is, just barely
That's an interesting choice.
3 HP Zealot does survive. Meanwhile, Wayne doesn't want to let up on the aggression. He has the creep highway being set up. Ooh, he's overextending a little bit. A couple of these roaches are getting picked off almost for free.
Yeah, and that's really worrisome right now, because this is probably when Wayne is at his strongest. ForJumy doesn't have the strongest defensive force out, but the reason why is because he is transitioning. A fleet beacon just finished up, and he wants to get those carriers.
Yeah, can he get there though? The Disruptor's looking a little bit exposed. Nice target firing. One Disruptor goes down. The second one barely survives. Biles, ooh, are going to be dodged.
Wow. I'm so impressed.
Oh my god, and the Disruptor only for zoning. It's not really able to find any connections, and without those connections, Wayne is pushing through.
You know, Disruptor might not find any connections, or Nova might not find any connections, but the Biles do. That was the last Disruptor that was on the front lines here for ForJumy, and Wayne is just slowly chipping away at the defenses of ForJumy.
Yeah,
he's slowly reinforcing and slowly taking out high-tech units.
And it's not just this main army, as a couple of Disruptors come in to reinforce. Finally, we get some Novas connecting, but it may just be too little too late. ForJumy has been losing so many probes to these Locust Waves. His natural base has been completely eviscerated, and as a result, he doesn't have the strongest economy that he otherwise would.
Yeah, his plan was to already have carriers out by now. But I don't think he's going to be able to. I mean, he's trailing when it comes to the worker count, and he just doesn't have that much of an income. This one Overseer keeps contaminating the Robo facility.
So heavily underutilized, but this Overseer is putting in the work. In comes another Locust Wave to depower the Robos. No more Disruptors are going to be coming out. The Cyber Core was sniped, by the way. It does deny +1 air attack, and it means no more Stalkers can be warped in. More Yoinks are coming in as well.
Yeah, and they do actually cancel a couple of Novas. None of these Purification Novas actually land on anything.
Exactly, and it looks like this fourth base is barely held by ForJumy. His worker count is pretty comparable to Wayne. Wayne was losing a lot of drones earlier, and he wasn't replacing them, so economically the players are pretty similar, but we need these Robos to be repowered. We need some splash damage.
Yeah, I feel like Wayne can probably get away with having a little bit less of an economy here, but ForJumy, he was investing so much into getting a late game army. He needs an economy that can back it up.
He really does. As you were saying, we have the Fleet Beacon, we have the Stargates, we can't really make use of them. The wall is not a wall, but ooh, the Storms are going to zone Wayne back.
Yeah, even gets a couple of units. Whatever, however ForJumy can trade right now, he might as well try to trade, I guess is how he's looking at it.
Yeah, and in the midst of all this, Wayne has been able to tech out of Roach Ravager into Vipers, into, oh my god, into Lurkers and Hydras. Once again, the Stasis Trap does go off.
And that's quite a number of units. I mean, you don't want to be underestimating how impactful 2 extra lurkers can be, but at the same time, there are also like 7 lurkers that are being borrowed. The Vipers have full energy to yoink whatever they want. Even throws down a couple of blinding clouds to really force these Archons into range.
Yeah, and it looks like the lurkers are just a little bit too powerful here. Wayne has finally broken the back of ForJumy. G gets called. And Wayne dethrones ForJumy and is the new king of the hill.
Slow and steady, but he was able to get it in the end there. Very nicely done here from Wayne, formerly known as Radata, formerly known as Vanya, for taking out the player who I think we probably hyped up the most so far this evening.
100%, mate. But I mean, who better to go down to? Because Wayne, aka Radata, aka Vanya, is a very powerful Zerg player in the European region. He is one of the heavy hitters. And yeah, I do think that a lot of how this game turned out also came down to the map as well. Neo-Humanity is quite small. Because of that, Wayne was unrelenting. He was constantly putting on the pressure on his Protoss opponents.
Yeah. He really, really was. And I don't think that's something he would have been able to get away with on any other map. I still remember those first 2 stasis wards from ForJumy when it caught basically half of Wayne's army. I thought, that's it. Wayne's done. ForJumy, he's we're gonna see a repeat of 2,000 atmospheres against MeomaikA, but Wayne, he held on and, like you said, just made very good use of the map. I didn't even notice until you pointed it out, but he did seek those swarm hosts to the gold mineral wall of ForJumy, and just kept hammering him at 2 different positions. Fortunately for ForJumy, he was only able to defend 1 at a time while trying to transition into a Skytoss army that never came to pass.
Yeah, those swarm hosts really were, in a way, the unsung heroes of that game, just continuing to send out wave after wave. It took so long for them to finally get cleaned up and finally be dealt with. But now we are moving on to the next matchup here, something that we haven't seen yet today. It's going to be a ZVZ.
I actually can't believe that we're getting a ZVZ tonight in OSC King of the Hill, but let's go. Such a rarity, and it's such a treat when we do get it.
Exactly. We don't see it too often, but whenever we do, we wish to cherish it as we are getting into our next match.
Indeed, we are. It is going to be that ZVZ on Ancient Cistern here with our very new king against our very new contender. Oh yeah, we're in Ancient Cistern. In the bottom left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our blue Zerg player coming down from the land of Finland, representing Team Roddy. We have Mixu.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ancient Cistern, we have his opponent representing Team Starcom. It is the current king of the hill, Wayne.
I don't know why I just... Ever since we talked about Pokemon, I just decided that's going to be my voice for Wayne. Until he changes his name. That is not at all what he sounds like.
This doesn't make any sense at all.
It's
like Mickey
not
Mouse
at all what he sounds
is not
like.
related to Pokemon at all.
I've heard Wayne speak, and he doesn't sound like that, but, you know, I hear Wayne, and I think Mickey Mouse.
Why?
For some reason.
God damn it. Oh my god. Well, here we go. We are kicking things off on Ancient Cistern. So far, pretty standard openers from both of our players. Hatch, gas pool all around. And it's good that you brought up as well, because I had glossed over it. I didn't realize. But Mixu, I guess, was recently picked up.
Yeah. Going to be competing on Team Roddy for WTL. They were robbed last season of getting into Code A, but this time, I think Mixu is... really going to be a really good addition there. And, you know, we get a little bit of a preview of that match going on tomorrow right now.
Yeah, definitely, as Mixu is a very strong and very consistent player in the European region. He has been teamless for quite some time, but it is nice to hear that he is being scouted out by Team Roddy, at least for WTL. We'll see how he can perform here, though, against Wayne. I do think that Wayne is going to be the favorite, but ZVZs can be quite chaotic. They can be quite intense.
Yeah. It only takes one slip up to lose your entire force of Zerglings to a Baneling that, you know, you thought you could split against, but turns out you couldn't. I know that feeling way too well. Although it's Marines in my case, usually.
Yeah, Banelings can be brutal in a lot of these matchups, especially this one. So far, everything's looking normal. Hatch gas pool all around. Third base is on time, and both players are opting not to skip their Baneling nests. So yeah, everything's looking pretty normal for the time being. We're just keeping our eye out to see who pulls the trigger first, who is going to go for a link flood across the map. If anyone.
Yeah, now you mention it, I was gonna say, oh, it's definitely gonna be Wayne, but Mixu, you know, despite being Finnish, he is a very aggressive player himself. I believe it was, I want to say MeomaikA who said that he practices against Mixu a lot. It's one of our players here in Southeast Asia. Mixu likes being aggressive when he can get away with aggression.
Yeah, definitely, and we'll see if he does do so. For the time being, both players are just droning. There's very little commitment into Lings. We have a defensive Baneling on the way for both players as well, and very light aggression is going to be applied here at the third base of Mixu. Both players should be able to deflect each other, and again, both players are still focusing much more on droning.
Yeah, just getting a strong economical base before they can really commit to any kind of tech or any kind of aggressive maneuvers. Wayne actually going to be the first player here to get the Roach Warren.
Yeah, Roach Warren is throwing down. Both players are working on +1 range. Ooh, an overextension by Mixu. His first queen gets surrounded.
Yeah, very nice pickoff here for Wayne. He may be losing 3 drones across the map, but that's a lot easier to replace than a queen.
Exactly, sir. A bit of a big loss there from Mixu. He's going to have to replace that queen so he can actually inject his third base. He's setting up another run by towards the fourth. And yes, both players are looking to transition into Roach versus Roach. This era of Ling Bane is going to be a short era for these players.
Yeah. Which I guess I appreciate, you know. Gives us fewer heart attacks in the long run.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they're looking out for the health of the casters as well as the viewers as well. So shout out to the players. You know, they've got our best intentions in mind. As we get a full scout of the main base, Mixu does slip on in and does confirm the lack of lair as well as the Roach Warrens thrown down. So he knows no additional gases have been taken. He knows that there's no rush into something like Mutas.
Yeah, they know that they're both playing as safe as can be. Mixu a little bit safer with these spy crawls being thrown down, but I don't blame him. I think he knows that Wayne, or at least I think he suspects that Wayne is the player of the map control and he can make full use of it. Mixu, after the initial scout, hasn't been able to go back in to really figure out what's going on.
Yeah, definitely, as a Baneling does connect there. It does take 2 Banelings to kill drones, but Lings are making their way across the map to maybe try and target fire as many of these as many of these drones as possible. Meanwhile, Wayne is getting a 4th base behind this, getting fully saturated on his 3 bases, and the Lings are coming in. Up!
And the Banelings were unfortunately a bit too slow. 3, 4, maybe more 5 drones are going to go down. A couple more Lings still in play. But 5 drones for not a very committed push out, that's really, really good for Wayne. We can see he's ahead 12 whole workers and a base right now.
Yeah, definitely. Like, that was a bit of a rough loss for Mixu. Meanwhile, he's committing to a Roach push across the map, but we have plenty to defend back at home. We have the high ground. We have the queens to support. Mixu bleeds out a couple of Roaches here.
Yeah, I think there was a point maybe a minute ago or something like that when Mixu, despite still being behind when it came to their worker count, he had double the RB supply, but yeah, Wayne just did such a good job of keeping distracted that Mixu wasn't able to push out until after Wayne got his defenses.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit concerned because Mixu is only working with a single Evo chamber. He finished +1 range, but he's going into +1 carapace afterwards, which is a little bit unorthodox in Roach versus Roach. I feel like +2 range is typically prioritized and typically does hold a little bit more value. Wayne, he's got 2 Evo chambers running, so soon he is going to have a bit of an upgrade advantage compared to Mixu.
Yeah, I assumed it was because Mixu delayed his lair or something, but no, he also has a lair. And yeah, it's an interesting choice. I can get the rationale behind it. You know, sometimes you do want to get +1 carapace because I believe it researches a little bit quicker than +2 range, and you know, you're able to kind of neutralize your opponent's upgrades in that way, but not in this case. Wayne, with his double E-base, is getting +2 and +1 carapace at the exact same time.
Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit of a more efficient timing from Wayne, and meanwhile he's just getting control of his own side of the map. He's taking up as well as he gets his 4th base saturated. We have a Hydrogen on the way. It looks like he may be intending to tech up into Lurkers. I do think that he has a pretty good advantage with Roach Ravager, but he's thinking a little bit further ahead, making sure he maintains his tech lead.
Yeah, which he might as well do. I was just trying to see what he can get away with. He definitely doesn't want to move into a concave or catch too many vials. That would be a very easy way for Wayne to sort of lose his advantage here.
Definitely, as a couple of roaches get peeled up to go for a bit of a run by here. Wayne flexing his army supply lead right now as he does engage here with the army. Does take a lot of vials to the face.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, he can afford those vials, but not too many of them. Thankfully, Wayne, he is shifting his focus. He is shifting his focus back on his main army, and he does move away from vials. He still has a huge army supply lead and an even bigger upgrade lead.
Yeah, and there we go. The 4th hatchery of Mixu is going to go down. He is down a base. He's down, or he's pretty even in workers, but unfortunately is a little bit inefficient with them, is oversaturated, and we have Hydras popping out for Wayne as well. No Lurker Den yet, so just Roach, Ravager, Hydra for the time being.
Yeah, kind of the mid stage Zerg army before getting into his hive and going into a lurker den. Obviously, Hydras, they're a little bit vulnerable against roaches and ravagers. If they ever get caught out, they're just gonna evaporate. But we can keep them alive long enough, then the tables are gonna turn.
Yeah, the tables will turn. We do see Mixu is trying to distract the army here with his main force in the middle of the map. We do see a couple of other roaches peeled off to head over across the map to go for a bit of a run by. We do see a couple of roaches in the 4th base of Wayne as well, but he has split off his army and he is keeping up with this.
Oh. Speaking of splitting up armies, Mixu taking a little bit of a risk here, knowing that he's down in army supply to send out a couple of harassment forces, but I don't think it's going to pay off. Wayne, the minute he saw the roaches in his mineral line, he knew Mixu has nothing to defend back home. I'm just going to push. GG is called, and Wayne will maintain his reign as OSC King of the Hill.
Let's go, Poppy. Time to drop some bars. Let's go. Lil Wayne is going to be able to maintain his lead here. He is going to continue his reign as King of the Hill. GG.
GG.
Ay, ay, ay. And yeah, pretty impressive ZVZ all around here. For the most part, Mixu was keeping up until a certain point, but we saw that Mixu, he did prioritize his initial roach push first, so he kind of cut drones a little bit. He was also losing drones to the Baneling run-bys, to the Ling run-bys as well, and in a mirror matchup, it can be difficult to recover from those positions, to make up for a worker deficit, and to be able to keep up with your opponents. As, yeah, Wayne felt ahead in a lot of different aspects of that game.
He really, really did. I think, yeah, there was a point that in the early game where I thought he looked a little bit vulnerable if Mixu went for an attack, but that attack just never came to pass, obviously because he couldn't push out. Well, there was so much harass, well, there was so many Lings in his face that in the end, Wayne bought himself enough time to just dominate the rest of that match.
Definitely. And speaking of it being dominant, massive shout out to Thriving GG in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid of 18. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great stream.
Welcome, everybody.
Yes, I apologize for not giving you a shout out, but like,
yeah,
we were mid game. We were kind of
CBC, yeah,
yeah.
Look, it was CBC. You don't want to miss a thing.
Fair enough. So thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great time. For those that are just tuning in, we are in the middle of our broadcast of OSC King of the Hill. It is a weekly tournament with a King of the Hill format.
Oh, is that what it's called?
Oh,
named that.
It's crazy.
Oh. What will they think of next?
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a different format, of course. These are all best of ones, and we field a new player every single game to try and dethrone the player with the win streak. And at the moment, that is going to be Wayne. He's been able to hold on to that crown for a couple of games already, and he is going to be challenged by his Terran teammate.
Oh. Brato, no. Not based on who I can see is in game.
Oh, exactly. So Bratok wouldn't be a bad guess, to be honest. But it is going to be Kaz. It is going to be Kaz stepping on up.
Oh. Wait, Kaz?
Well, Kaz.
Uzi.
Kaz.
Kaz. Yes, well. I was gonna say, I think there was a player in the past called Kaz with a Z, but going back, I'm pretty sure that was just Kaz with an alternate spelling.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, this is pretty much the same person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see kind of what map is chosen and where we end up going here in this game. I do think that Kaz is there we go. The map is loading in, and he is of course a bit of a lesser known player than Wayne. I think there's a lot of kind of hype around Wayne as a player.
I would say nowadays, yeah.
Nowadays, yeah.
But Kaz, he's been around for a very, very long time. He's been competing for, I think, ever since the beta of StarCraft 2, honestly. It was definitely a non-Korean player a lot of people had their eyes on, but obviously he has taken a little bit of a step back. It's always nice to see him continuing to compete, continuing to be competitive, playing in just about anything he can, whether it's a King of the Hill, whether it's Berserker Team League, or even WTL. But like you said, I think one of our players is definitely a lot more favored than the other, for good reason.
Yes, here he is, the current King of the Hill, the Blue Zerg player representing Team Starcom. It is Wayne.
And loading in over here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the bottom left-hand corner of Altitude, otherwise known as Karuvian Mines. We have our red Terran player coming down from the land of Ukraine. He is going to be representing Starcom. He is Kaz. Papa Kaz.
Papa Kaz, let's go. Yeah, and you're right when it comes to saying that like he's been around for a long time. You know, when I think of Kaz, I think of Bratok, I think of DIMAGA as well. These players that have been around since Wings of Liberty, some players even before that as well. So it's cool to see that they are still continuing to be a part of the scene, a part of the community, and still very competitive as well.
I think that shows the difference of when we started, you know, being in the scene of StarCraft 2, because when I think of Kaz, I think of that one Ravens Cup where he beat Innovation and then said, I never actually thought I would ever beat Innovation. I actually made other plans. Just let him through.
Oh god. Yeah. Like it's crazy the kind of the history that we've had with a lot of these players, like how much time has passed and how much has happened over time. Bringing up innovation, it's pretty crazy to see him return to StarCraft as well. You know, innovation, a player that we thought had retired and hung up his hat, and he did retire. You know, he came back from the military and he didn't return to StarCraft for a while, and yeah, he himself is also returning.
Yeah. Don't forget, you're here forever.
You're here. You're never really gone, mate. You're never really gone. And I'm really excited to see what Kaz has to offer here, especially because his map of choice is an odd one. As a Terran, he picks altitude, which is pretty crazy. You know, this is one of the most I was gonna say the most hated TVZ maps out there, but at the same time, we actually have seen quite a lot of Korean Terrans specifically actually not afraid of this map at all.
Yeah, they don't care about the length of it. They'll just rush across the map with Marines and tanks. They don't care if their opponents are coming their way. They just use the advantage of the map to get a better defensive position. And Kaz, of course, being a bit more of an old school player, I wouldn't be surprised if that's also his rationale for picking altitude.
Yeah, and we'll see how things go, as he's going to be going for a 3cc before Starport build, a very economic opener, but before that happens, the Lings are going to be heading out across the map, and Kaz is going to be punished here for skipping his Reaper. How good is the micro? And, ooh.
Oh, really damn good, actually. He only loses one SCV.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse. So very nicely handled by Kaz. But as we can see, Wayne has other things in store for us. That is a very early Roach Warren.
Oh, yeah. You know, despite only losing one SCV, just getting a delay in the production line right now of Kaz is beneficial for Wayne. Wayne is building roaches. He's going to be moving them across the map. On the last map, I think any Terran player is expecting a roach rush. And of course, Kaz is going for Hellions. He hasn't scouted this at all. He has the option of floating his medevac, not medevac, sorry, his starport over, like so on the, now almost the Twilight Council, on the Tech Lab.
Yeah.
And Banshees is the unit that he needs right now more than anything else.
Yeah, but the Roach is already here, mate. Again, Kaz skipped his Reaper. He didn't have any scouting information whatsoever until now. And here we go. Bunkers are being thrown down. Two of them at the natural. He's going to try and hold on to his natural base.
Can he put anything in those bunkers?
He's got one Marine.
Think about it, he has one Marine. Yeah, he's got one Marine.
Yeah.
He's just buying time for the Banshees, you know?
Yeah, but before the Banshee shows up, these Roaches get tickled by these Hellions. They're going to push on forward. Did you see the boys are pulled to try and get a bit of a surround?
Yeah, just a little bit of a buffer here for these Hellions. These Hellions need every bit of help they can get, but now that they're gone, you know, nothing shoots up. And these Roaches and Ravagers are just auto-targeting the SCVs. 10 of them do go down. It definitely could have been a lot worse for here. It definitely could have been a lot worse here for Kaz, but yeah, suffice to say, this has not been an ideal opening.
Yeah, losing 10 workers is brutal, and Wayne is able to just skyrocket in the economy. He's just been droning up behind this. We have Spores on the way, a Lair on the way as well. Kaz has some counterattack potential with this Banshee, but he doesn't even have Cloak. So these Queens are more than enough to deal with this. Oh god!
Oh, did he cancel Cloak? I think he did.
Oh. Yeah. He did cancel Cloak, and the Banshee almost gets sniped out of the sky.
Yeah, it's gotta get sniped out of the sky. Banshees do not regen health or shields like Oracles do. That was definitely a huge gamble there for Kaz trying to go around, or snake around with his Banshee. In the end, he deals 0 damage to any drones.
Yeah, he doesn't hinder the economy at all of Wayne, and now Wayne is free to just continue to drone up. He's working on Ling speed, as it is something that he skipped in favor of the Roach Warren. He's working on Roach speed as well. Like, he has so much freedom to do whatever he wants, and Kaz is going to have a hard time really doing much from here. It looks like he's throwing down 2 more racks as though, going for a 5-rack setup. I'm curious to see if he's going to throw down even more and try and even go into 8 racks.
Oh, he could try to brick from here.
Is that what it's called?
It's how it was described to me when it's like, you know, you don't get gas on your third base, and you just built nothing but Marines, tanks, medevacs, max out as quickly as possible, and then just try to crush your Zerg opponent.
Yeah, definitely. So we could be seeing a 3-base all-in, which I wouldn't be opposed to, especially because of how this game has turned out for Kaz. But we'll see. We'll see what he decides to go for. As 1-1's about to finish up, he does have an armory to get into 2-2 as soon as possible.
Yeah, very well timed out here with what little resources Kaz has. He is making the most efficient use of his income right now.
Oh, he is, but you know what? Wayne is rushing across the map with his army, cutting drones here at 71, 72 for the time being. We do have a couple of bunkers being set up, but before that happens, oh, a couple of Marines get picked off.
Yeah, we do get a hot pickup right at the beginning here, and this is honestly a really good position to fight in. But the corrosive vials do make it a little bit tougher for these tanks to stay alive.
Yeah.
Kaz is rushing forward with a couple of reinforcements. He will be able to chase us back, but losing 2 tanks already is a victory for Wayne.
Yeah, I mean, what I will say is I think that was actually a decent fight for Kaz. Wayne,
It was, yeah.
he overextended a little bit, and he was fighting in range of 3 tanks. He lost a lot of his Roach Ravager. His Ravager count was almost reset. I don't think that was the most efficient fight overall. He did kill the tanks, as you pointed out, which is, you know, impactful, definitely. But we can see that the supplies are pretty similar between these players. Like, things are slowly evening up.
But surely. Oh, wait. Slowly they are. But, yeah, surely they are. Wayne, however, he recognizes that he has complete control of the map. He knows that Kaz can't really do much other than turtle and, again, try to max out or try to get into another stage of tech. So he's taking advantage of that. He's getting a 5th base, and he's kind of playing with food a little.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit worried because I feel like Wayne can get up to 80 plus drones if he wanted to, and he's not. See, he's staying on a relatively low drone count, relatively similar to the Terrans, so because of that, there's a lot more onus on him to deal damage. And I mean, he does have a pretty terrifying army. You know, he's going to get into Lingbane, a Roach Ravager, 2-2 is on the horizon. But if Kaz is able to take another good fight defensively with all these tanks, then again, he can recover from here.
Yeah, and that's really what he's banking on right now, is for Wayne to just try to push into him, try to bait Wayne into a position where Kaz and all of his tanks are going to be able to shell away at the army and win.
And speaking of, we do see a massive counterattack. The tanks are not going to be a part of this engagement. They're over at the 3rd base instead. A couple of SCVs are going to be going down, but Wayne doesn't commit. Oh.
Yeah, and anyway, it's waiting for a couple more Banelings to finish up.
Oh, and here we go. He's going to be rolling on forward here into tank range. The Banelings are connecting.
Yeah, a handful of them do connect, but a handful might just be all that he needs. He even takes out a lot of workers that were about to be main arted over to that 4th base location. So, yeah, it doesn't crush the army, but he does take a massive economic lead. He started to drone up as well to get to that late game Zerg economy that you were talking about.
Yeah, there we go. Finally, we are hitting that 80 worker count, and if he didn't kill those 15 SCVs, then again, Kaz would be keeping up economically with his opponent. So it was pretty crucial for Wayne to pull that off. Because that, he's able to maintain his lead. He's working on 3-3. He's got the Hive. He's going Ling Bane. He's going into Ultras.
Little tiny elephant boys, yeah.
Yeah,
They'll be popping up eventually.
They're small now.
Yeah,
Smaller.
they're dwarfs.
Oh my god, we'll see how those Ultras can do. We even have a couple of Vipers to support for some Blinding Clouds. There's quite a lot of tanks here though, so Wayne's got to be a little bit careful. He only has 1 Viper.
Yeah, I think Kaz did get the Ghost Academy earlier, but he hasn't been able to make a single Ghost yet. He needs to just prioritize pure numbers more than anything else. Great Blinding Clouds will allow a lot of Banelings to connect onto Marines, but Wayne has to be very careful. That was a huge chunk of his army supply. He doesn't want to overstay his welcome.
Yeah, and I think this is the time to go. We do see Kaz, he has been triggered to go for a massive counterattack. He did lose the base, but not too many workers, and his army is still standing strong. He has the majority of his tanks. Ultras are on the way, but Kindness Plating, sorry, +3 is still not done.
Yeah, Kindness Plating is just about to finish up here, and that may just about be enough. I don't see any Marauders in this Bio army. There are also no Liberators available either. All of the tanks live until now, and all of the Banelings do get avoided. Kaz has a lot of momentum going his way.
He really does, but is he ready for those Ultras? Because Ultras are popping out, they're being banked up here. Wayne is getting ready for one major engagement here on Creep. We even have that one Viper has been able to regather that energy, does have enough for one Blinding Cloud.
And sometimes one Blinding Cloud is all you need, especially if your Terran opponent has bunched up their siege tanks.
Yeah, it looks like his reinforcements are being cut off, and Kaz, oh, for a moment there, he was thinking about turning around. He will lose 2 of his tanks. That's a pretty big pickoff here for Wayne, as another hatchery is cancelled. Kaz, can he keep on pushing? The longer this goes on, the more Ultras we're banking up.
Yeah, well, he's gonna try, because actually, has he scouted the Ultras yet? I feel like he kind of caught a glimpse of them earlier.
I don't think you see the Ultras yet, mate. We'll see. Another Ling run by is going to be able to catch this tank and take down this base, but we have a massive Doom drop into the main.
Yeah, right outside of vision of Wayne, and at any rate, Wayne is a little bit distracted right now, dealing with harassing across the map. He takes out a lot of SCVs, which is massive. And he connects a couple of Banelings onto this Bioforce, which is huge.
Oh, the Viper! The Viper is surviving somehow. Gets 2 yoinks off, and both of these tanks are going to be going down.
And that should be enough to stifle any momentum that Kaz had, but we'll see. He's still trying to reinforce across the map, so try to see what he can get done.
Yeah, exactly, but he's down to 1 tank. The tank is going to go down. This drop, it looks like it has run out of steam, and Kaz is forced to back off. Back at home, he has been, banking up a decent army here, but where's the backbone? We're lacking tanks, we're lacking Liberators, we're lacking Widow Mines, we're lacking anything other than Bio.
Yeah, his back is kind of floppy right now.
Up. And here we...
Banelings and Ultralists do roll in, and they get all of his splash damage done. That's the last of the army here available for Kaz. There is a little bit of a smaller force dealing with reinforcements, but I think anyone can see the writing on the wall right now.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, these Ultras, there was never a good answer for them. They had been hidden for quite some time, and it looks like it's going to be too much. GG gets called, and Wayne is going to take down his teammate in Kaz.
Continuing his reign.
GG.
Well played.
Oh boy, and that was honestly closer than I thought it was going to be. I feel like Wayne had some pretty interesting fights, some questionable fights as well that were a little bit inefficient, and they kind of gave Kaz these counterattack opportunities where he was able to make things again closer than I thought they were.
Yeah, I really think that he made the most of what he had after the opening just went so well for Wayne. He traded as efficiently as I think he could have in that position, but Wayne's style is pretty much one of those styles where once you're ahead, you're gonna never give your opponent a chance to recover, and your opponent's just never really gonna recover, at least. And Kaz's style is a style where you're not really gonna recover if you're behind by that much.
Definitely
is how I should have phrased that.
Yeah. So Kaz was able to make a game out of it. He was able to preserve his tank health for quite some time as well. And with that, we are going to be heading over to the Americas region.
Oh,
it's our boy. It's your boy. Wayne is going to be challenged by a Korean Terran.
Oh,
an honorable Terran.
Oh. Oh, Peinan. No, you said Korean. Juan.
Oh.
Ito.
Oh, he's not Korean.
He is though. Are you sure about that?
Let's go, Poppy. Let's go. We are going to be, of course, featuring the most honorable of monorables. It is going to be HonMonO.
Yeah. He is our boy.
Who I believe is also representing a new team in WTL.
I believe so. Let me wait for us to get into a loading screen, and then I'll alt-tab, and they'll check that. Let's see now. HonMonO. He is... No, I think he's still in prep, from what I can gather.
Yeah, he is still on prep, and I just checked for WTL. I don't know if he's switching teams over or if he's a mercenary. He's actually representing K10.
Oh, ForJumy.
Huh?
Interesting. Yeah, but anyway, we can speculate on all of that much later. In the meantime, we are going to be continuing our King of the Hill with a TVZ, where in the top left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the top left-hand corner, sending two SCVs to the bottom right-hand corner of the map. We have our red Terran player coming out from the land of Korea, but also Japan, representing Prep Esports. He is HonMonO. It's a fox.
It's a lobster.
It's a lobster.
What are you seeing?
Who's our other player? Who's our other player?
Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Gresvan, going for a pull first. Oh my god, reading his opponent like a book. We have the blue Zerg player representing Team Starcom. It is Wayne.
You know, I was gonna go into this whole thing about how HonMonO recently has been asking us, requesting us to call him Hon Macro, because he actually hasn't been cheesing that much. But HonMonO, he knows it's when it's a best of one, you only have one shot. So you might as well make the most of it. He is going for a 3-Rax Reaper.
This is crazy. I've never seen this before, because it's not just a 2-Rax, it's a 3-Rax with 2 SCVs. So he built a 3rd Rax after the first one finished, which is not typically what you see. And he's going into Reapers against Zerg, which is also something you don't really see.
But what a fantastic way it is to counter these Lings. Wayne, he thought he read his opponent. He thought getting these Lings would counter proxy Marines. But what are they going to do against Reapers, mate?
Exactly.
What are they going to do?
These Lings would have been great against a standard 2-Rax or even a standard 3-Rax, but against Reapers, this is not what you want to be seeing. These Lings are going to get kited until they do all go down. He does have to be a little bit careful. Cannot afford to lose a Reaper.
He really cannot. This is... I guess there is a reason why we don't see this style as often anymore. It is a huge test of the Terran player's micro abilities, and also, as we can see from Wayne, Roaches kind of shut this down hard. But till then, you know, the Terran player's got a lot of options on their hands. I mean, in low amounts of Roaches, even, you know, you can really start to juggle with that KDA charge.
Yeah, I mean, right now, HonMonO needs to snowball. So far, he has been able to keep every single one of these Reapers alive, but I spoke too soon. It looks like one Reaper's going to go down, but he gets a Queen, and he wants to get the second.
He really does, and he almost did, but he just didn't have enough Reapers. He's going to have to back away, regen a little bit of health, and figure out step 2. The longer this game goes on, the better it is for Wayne.
Yeah, and now Roaches are out. Now the chance to snowball isn't quite there anymore for HonMonO. He's transitioning. He throws down 2 Tech Labs to go into Marauders.
Yeah, I love to see it. Was this in... Oh, man, I don't remember which tournament this was and which player did this, but I think it was you and Asher casted player, I think it might have been Maru, actually, who floated... who got a proxy denied, but then decided to just float the barracks over by a little bit and commit to the proxy by building a reactor or something like that.
Oh, who was it? Was it? I think it was Kellezer.
I think it was...
I
It
think
might have been Kelliser.
it was Kelliser versus Maru. That's what that's what Maru comes in.
It was. Yeah.
Oh my god, I do recall that during WTL last year, or a couple of months ago. But yeah, this is a little bit different here as we have 3 attack clouds, we have Marauders on the way. Right now, HonMonO has to be very careful. He's dancing here with the roaches, wants to try to keep their attention busy. Oh.
Yeah, a handful of roaches are moving to try to confirm that the Raxus aren't there. The Raxus is still there, baby. And that's not the only thing that's there.
Marauders are revealed a little bit prematurely, though. I'm sure HonMonO would have loved to have banked up a little bit more. Concussive Shell is done. 1 roach is going to be going down, but his build has been revealed, and Wayne is heading on over here to shut this down.
Yeah, he knows that, you know, there's only so much room that these Marauders can really kite back to. Reaper's trying to do whatever they can. I do like the flanking potential here for HonMonO, but it is not enough to overcome the sheer numbers of Wayne. GG. Wayne is the longest reigning king of the hill so far tonight. Was that 4 matches?
Yeah. Wow.
There we go.
4 matches. GG, well played. Wayne does end up defending. Again, a nice read to go pool first against HonMonO, because the name HonMonO is a bit of a meme. You know, he's he's a very cheesy player, and can sometimes be a little bit predictable in that. I don't think Wayne was really expecting proxy Reapers into Marauders of all things, but a proxy nonetheless was quite high in the likelihood of builds from HonMonO.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very safe for Wayne to go for that pool first opening, and while it wasn't the build that he thought he needed to counter, it still worked out well for him.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it did work out very well, and with that, I want to thank you, Yaku. I want to thank you for casting with me here today. It's been a while since we've been able to cast together. It has been quite some time. I know you've been really busy recently, but I always appreciate when you can join.
That's what I was going to say. I want to thank you for rescuing me from MS Word. Microsoft Word. Because I needed this.
You're like, I needed some StarCraft.
I needed some hope. I needed to remember why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Oh my god.
A reason to live.
Oh my god.
No.
But yes.
I got a little too dark.
We do have another Duckling subbing in soon. Kuro is currently getting ready to jump on in the casting jersey herself. And yeah, we are nearing the end of the broadcast here. A little bit faster than I thought we would be here, where we've only got a couple of games left.
Yeah. What is it? It's been like... I don't want to do math.
It's been 11 matches.
There we go. Wait. 11, that's a minus. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. 11. So we got negative? Oh, wait, no. We got 4 matches left. There we go. Not negative.
Yes, 4 matches are remaining. And yeah, I actually, Yaku, could I ask you for one more game? One more game. One of us.
Yeah.
Okay. Come to EU.
Yes.
Let's go. And speaking of coming to EU, I want to give a special shout out as well to C Grail. That's it. They told me how to pronounce it. C Grail in the chat. Thank you so much for resubscribing.
I'm glad you pronounced it first, because that is not how I would have pronounced it. But yes, thank you very much to C Grail for your support being thrown our way. We really appreciate it.
Definitely. Oh boy, yeah, thank you so much for C Grail for the support. We always do appreciate it as we are nearing the end of the broadcast. 4 more matches is what we have to work with, and yes, Yaku, this will be my last one with you.
Oh. And look at that! I did not think at all that we were gonna get not just one, but two ZVZs.
Oh, let's go, Poppy. Let's go. Just quickly setting this up. We do have another player from Southeast Asia. From Southeast Asia. We saw MeomaikA earlier in the day, but now we have the shark himself, Demi.
What?
Oh. Never mind.
Oh no.
Oh my god. So Demi, fun fact, Demi was memeing earlier, by the way. He was like Smoj Singaporean internet because we were waiting for you to show up, and then suddenly Demi disconnects.
SMH my hedge.
It's all good. It's all good. We are gonna be getting him in here. Just a little bit of a technical hiccup before we start.
Yeah, and the VPN underway.
Oh, and here we go. You can hear the beeps. We have 4 matches remaining tonight in this tournament, and yeah, we're back in the ZVZs.
Yeah. A surprisingly good night for Zerg players.
Yeah. Yeah, Wayne's been carrying, to be fair. I mean...
Yeah. Well... as he really has evolved.
I guess so, as we're going to be loading on in, and the map of choice is going to be Gräsvan.
Oh. Here we go, and here we are on Gräsvan. We're in the bottom right-hand corner map, spawning all the way in this bottom right-hand corner. We, of course, have our red Zerg player coming down from the land of India. He is, of course, going to be representing Alpha X, Sushi's boy. He is the shark himself. He is Demi.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Gräsvan, we have his opponent representing Team Starcom, the current king of the hill. It is Wayne.
Had some matchup that I think has happened semi-often in the past, but I don't think we specifically have really had the privilege to cast it. These are some of the most active players, I would say, in just about every sense of the word when it comes to competing in weekly events and when it comes to, you know, in-game, actually doing stuff in-game.
Yeah, I do think that Demi has gained a reputation of being a grinder, as in he grinds a lot of ladder and he grinds a lot of tournaments. Like,
Yeah.
He's very, very active in the online tournament scene, and it's really cool to see someone from our region, specifically Southeast Asia, consistently, being a participant in a lot of these tournaments and putting a bit of a face to the region as well. And he has had some mixed success. I do know he kind of peaked at certain stages, especially last year as well. But we'll see how his run is this year. He's kind of been in the shadow of MeomaikA for quite some time. MeomaikA has established himself as the king of sea, but Demi, not too far behind him, has always been a strong presence in the Southeast Asian region.
He's like the prince.
What's below the prince? What's...
Oof. The second prince. Wait. The princess?
I don't think that's not how it works, Yaku.
I don't know how it works.
God damn.
I don't know how it works. It's just put it out there.
Aye. But now that I think about it, because I was thinking of like Gogo Joy being the other one up there with MeomaikA, but like if we're thinking of like Southeast Asia specifically, I guess Gogo Joy doesn't necessarily count as a part of Southeast Asia. So yeah, maybe Demi would be second in.
Previously didn't count. Yeah.
True.
They have merged the kingdoms now, so
with a marriage.
They have.
Yeah, for those wondering,
the heir will. Combine it all, yeah.
Okay. For those wondering, the oceanic region for EPT now does include Taiwan, Hong Kong, and China. So a bunch of regions are going to be merging for this year, and that can change things. But before that happens, Demi, mate, he's got drones, and he is ling flooding like crazy.
Yeah, when we talk about Demi being an active player, we mean both he competes a lot, and he loves taking the initiative whenever he can. Especially in the ZVZ.
Yeah, all the openers were quite standard between all these players. Hatchcats pull into a third base. Demi is skipping his Baneling nest. He's going straight into roaches. And before that happens, he's flooding lings across the map. But he has to be very careful to avoid those Banelings.
Just barely makes it out of there. Trying to snipe them as best he can. But Wayne, he is still being very vigilant himself. He's making sure that his defenses are intact to save his Banelings.
Yeah, and he's trying to get a scout off because he hasn't seen the tech. The Roach Horn was thrown down behind the mineral line, and Wayne is none the wiser. He's trying to slip a Ling in towards the right-hand side. His main army is going to be posturing towards the third as well.
And he's trying to get whatever damage he can get done. I think he does see that Roach right at the very end, so Wayne, he is double investing into Zerglings right now. He knows that that's his best chance of trying to get a surround on them and trying to snipe them out.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I was really curious to see if Demi was going to try and hit a timing here with Ling Roach before any upgrades, but it looks like he's going to be a little bit more passive. He's a little bit more concerned with defending his third base instead, as we see Demi attempting to drone up and catch up economically.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of Demi that we know and love, really. It's strange to see now, because usually that Ling Flood does work out for him. He is able to snipe the third base, or at least deal a lot of economic damage with it, and then he just chills back at home, focuses on macroing up, and getting ready for round 2. This time, though, Wayne defended beautifully.
Yeah, he defended the first wave, but what about the second? Because Demi, he droned up a little bit, but he only droned up enough to actually saturate his gases, and now he's going for another massive push. He doesn't have any longevity to his army. He doesn't have an Evo Chamber. He doesn't have +1 on the way like Wayne does. What you see is what you get. He has to end the game with this army.
Yeah, all he has is all he's got. And he's got a couple of Banelings for good measure, but you want to be very careful right now if you're Demi. You don't want to overcommit. I guess both ways, really. You want to make sure that your ratio of Lings to Banes to Roaches is enough, and it wasn't enough for Wayne, it seems, as Demi is starting to gain a foothold, starting to get a very nice concave on top of these Roaches. Banelings are here to soften them up, and his Roaches are going to be able to clean up, but it is just not enough. Wayne, with that defender's advantage, is able to defend and maintain that reign. Wow.
GG, well played. Demi, his Banelings were too late, and the Baneling connections of Wayne were a little bit too good as well. Unfortunately, his all-in didn't line up the way that he wanted to, and Wayne was able to defend quite well. It's insanely well, actually.
Oh, yeah. Really, really well. I mean, he didn't take any damage in that initial wave, and again, that's usually what Demi's preferred style is, to deal a lot of damage at that third base, and then follow that up a little bit later with just full commitment with Roaches.
Definitely. So there were definitely multiple facets there for Demi, but a lot had to go his way, and unfortunately the execution wasn't what he needed it to be. Also, shout out to Wayne because he was doing a great job at scouting. He constantly was sending Lings across the map to try and get an eye on the drone count, on whether there were any Evo chambers, whether there was a lair, or any additional tech from Demi.
Indeed. I agree. And now, there are only 3 contenders remaining. Can any one of them unseat Wayne?
That is the question. 3 best of ones are remaining, and this time I will say again, thank you so much for joining me today, Yaku. I appreciate it. Hope to cast again with you later on in the week. I think you did mention earlier.
Never mind. We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see.
Maybe it'll clear some stuff up.
Yeah. We've got a lot coming up this week with World Team League on the horizon with all the qualifiers. We've got Ascension League as well as our regular tournaments like KSL and ESL. So it's going to be a busy time, a busy period for the CranKy Ducklings. But thank you so much, Yaku, for joining me today.
Yes.
And hopefully you find some time to breathe and to take a break from your studies.
Yes. Fingers crossed. But till then, I will take my leave and welcome Kuro into the fold.
Oh. Thank you for joining me, Yaku. For those who want to support Yaku, !Yakuzaku in the chat, you can get links to his Twitch, to his social media. He doesn't stream too often because Yaku is mainly a full-time student and he has been busy with assignments, with exams. But when he does eventually stream, be sure to follow his Twitch channel so you can be there for some amazing Yaku gameplay or Yaku art, because he does do some art streams. But as Yaku steps away, I have to kind of bring to the fold here the casting jersey herself. It's been a while since we've casted together, but welcome Kuro to the stream. Oh.
Why, hello there.
Hello.
It has indeed been a while since I've been here. And I heard that Wayne is on a bit of a roll today.
Yeah, Kuro heard that there was a Zerg player that was winning games, and that she could potentially not cast a TBT. So there we go.
Is this where he loses? Because you said that?
Smooch. But we'll see as we have our next matchup. Everyone, you can see it on the screen right now. We do have a contender, a teammate of the current King of the Hill.
Yeah, looks like we will be having a team kill as we just loaded into Ancient Cistern Alley. And we are looking at the base of the blue Protoss, the light blue. It is, as you said, a team kill. Representing Starcom, it is Ashbringer.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ancient Cistern, we have his opponent, the current King of the Hill, with 5 wins under his belt, representing Team Starcom. It is not Vanya, it is not Radita, it is Wayne.
Yes, the Professor decal. Did you see?
Yes, he does. Oh. Now, as someone native to Poland, Kuro, I'm curious. I'm actually really curious. Is there a different way to pronounce Wayne in Polish?
I mean, it's not a word in Polish.
Okay.
But if I had to read it in Polish, it would be Vaine.
What? Oh my god.
Vaine.
Vaine? Okay.
Vaine.
All right, yeah? I was hoping for something a little bit that sounded a little bit more fluid, but no. Okay.
No, because this is not a Polish word.
Okay.
It makes no sense in Polish.
Okay. I was really curious if there was like a better like Slavic pronunciation of Wayne that sounded like Vanya, but I guess not. I guess not. Is Vanya a Slavic word? Does that make sense, or is it also Western?
No. I think it's a Russian name.
Okay. Fair enough.
Like I've heard it, but like it's not like I don't think I know anyone like in Poland who has that name. I think it's like Russian specific, Russian language, to put it that way.
Fair enough. Okay. Look, I'm just trying to find the reasoning behind Wayne. Okay.
No, just reject reason. Just go into chaos.
Yeah. We need answers. We need to find answers somehow, some way. As we are getting into this game, and so far nothing too crazy, just unnatural, natural, hatch gas pool, all that good stuff.
No, Atapia has some info for you.
Oh, what's being said?
I don't know if it's correct, but there you go. But yeah, so far we have a Stargate from Ashbringer. And I do wonder what's gonna come out of it. Is it just Oracle harass? Is it 8 oracles? Do you remember that?
That's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Okay, it's not going to happen again, unfortunately. Or maybe one day. Maybe one day. We'll see if anyone whips out the 8 Oracle. For the time being, we do have an Oracle opener from Ashbringer. That is one. That is one. But
I mean, you can still make more.
It's true, but I expect to be seeing a more standard either 2 or 3 Oracle setup from Ashbringer. I'm really curious though, like the interesting thing about some of these matchups is that this is a team kill that you mentioned earlier, so I'm sure these players are very familiar with each other.
Probably. And we see that Dwayne is actually being very aggressive, sending all these links to the other side of the map, and the wall is open.
Oh, the wall is not a wall. A couple of links are going to be able to slip in. The Stalker also gets pinned against the wall, but Ashbringer is able to make the best out of a bad situation and even saves the Stalker.
Yeah, I mean, Wayne does get a scout of the entire base with his links, but no major damage is being done. So I guess good save from Ashbringer, but this looked really scary for a second.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this could have been awful for Ashbringer, and already 2 probes go down. This is still a good start here for Wayne to get a full scout to keep his opponent contained here to 2 bases as he is just droning up back at home and preparing for those oracles.
Yeah, the spores are going down, so there will be no surprises. The queens are at each base as well, so the oracles should be well defended there, and I don't wonder actually what is Ashbringer's like next step.
Yeah, there we go. 3rd base is on the way. For the time being, he's only opened up double Oracle, so he hasn't committed into a 3rd Oracle, and instead is throwing down a Robo, so a relatively passive opener. His Oracles haven't even gone across the map. He's more concerned with defending and actually holding on to his 3rd.
Yeah, I feel like after he saw all those links from Wayne, like he saw all that aggression, like he's a little concerned that this is something that may happen again and again, but it doesn't look like it quite yet. There are some links from Wayne coming now, but this is not a huge force as he is transitioning into roaches.
Exactly, roaches are on the way. Meanwhile, both Oracles do get across up. They're going to be able to one-shot these drones. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drones go down.
Yeah, one of the oracles in red health, but both of them are surviving this attack, and a little nice damage from Ashbringer, especially considering that Wayne was quite prepared for them.
Definitely. I'm really surprised by the amount of damage that Ashbringer was able to do, especially because he only got 2 oracles, not 3, and this was scouted earlier. So, yeah, Wayne just a little bit out of position with his queens. He does get punished for it, and as a result, Ashbringer is able to, at least maintain himself in this game as he does transition tech-wise out of this.
Yeah, and it looks like Ashbringer is trying to get some control over the map, just keeping his oracles out there as well as the adepts now. There's some attack from Wayne in the mineral line, but I don't think it's gonna do a lot of damage, but these adepts might just sneak in.
Yeah, we'll see. Creep is being receded, it is being cleaned up here by Ashbringer. He's just trying to maintain map control as he is transitioning into something that we've seen a lot already today by a lot of players, by players like ForJumy and Exostriker, just going into this charge lot Archon composition.
Yeah, that looks to be the popular style, at least today. And the oracles are diving in once more, but with the recharge shields, they will not be going down anytime soon.
Yeah, they're only able to dip in, get a revelation off, nothing too much, just getting a little bit of scanning information. Meanwhile, what's interesting to me is that we are actually committing into +1 range. So Wayne is going to be committing quite heavily on a Roach Ravager based composition, not as much on the Ling Bane.
To be fair, it probably makes sense considering that he's playing versus a Robo, but did he actually see the army of Wayne yet?
He has caught glimpses here and there. He was even able to get in with his Overseer, so he's fully aware of what he's up against. And here we go. Wayne is on 66 drones, and he is just hammering down that R key. Roaches are pushing out across the map. The Queens are even waddling across the map.
Yeah, like even the queens are joining the fight. The creep is not quite here yet to help them walk there, but look, even the overlords are here, just, as support.
Yeah, they're going to be able to spread creep here for the queens, and here we go, a massive timing from Wayne. Ashbringer finally catches wind of what's going on, but it may just be a little bit too late. He does have a decent amount of immortals. These stasis traps are going to be crucial. Oh,
I don't think the overlords were actually supposed to be here, but they will be useful.
Yeah.
So
No,
they're helping out with the army.
They are intentional. They are intentional for the creeps, so that the queens can transfuse. And here we go. We have a couple of force fields being thrown down. A lot of immortals. We are holding on to the overcharge.
Yeah, there are some nice force fields from Ashbringer, but actually he split army decently that he's gonna be able to hold it for now. But once the overcharge runs out, it will be time for round 2.
Yeah, and Ashbringer did take a lot of biles to the face. A lot of his sentries did go down. As a result, again, the biles do connect. And now the army is looking to get on top of these immortals. We do see the immortals are standing strong for now, but they're kind of left exposed. They're running out of buffer.
Yeah, the oracles were trying to snipe the queens from the back, but it's just immortals now. They have no support. I mean, they do deal with ravagers pretty nicely, but for how long?
Yeah, and it looks like Ashbringer is barely going to be able to force this back. He has to be careful not to overextend because Wayne is going to be reinforcing. He's still not droning back at home. He is still making nothing but army units.
Yeah, that said, he is bringing his army back home now, so I guess he will be waiting for those reinforcements before making another attack.
Yeah, and it looks like Wayne has recognized, I cannot break my opponent, not anymore. He's going to be droning. He is teching up as well. We have a Hydroden as well as an Infestation Pit.
Yeah, looks like we have a longer game. And look at that, we have drop alerts as well on the way. So I wonder what those will be for.
Oh yeah, Dropper Lords are going to be a great way to make use of these roaches. Because of the amount of immortals we have, it's really difficult to really get too much value here. Wayne is going to be threatening the third base once again, and Ashbringer does move out of position.
Yeah, that he does, and he touches the bias decently, and it looks like he will be able to scare Wayne off for the time being. Ooh, but this probe actually sees what the army is up to.
Yeah, it does spot the location of the army, but I don't think it was able to see that Dropper Lord, as the Dropper Lord is being set up here. 2 Dropper Lords, 3 Dropper Lords even, all headed towards the main.
Yeah, looks like there will be a drop, but at the same time, Ashbringer is now moving to the other side of the map, and with the army split, Wayne may have a bit of a trouble defending this.
Yeah, exactly. Where's the next warping going to be for Ashbringer? That's the question, as the Dropper Lords are being split up. 1 towards the third base, 2 towards the main. Actually, all towards the main, but they are spotted by Ashbringer.
Yeah, they were flying a bit too slowly, and Ashbringer is able to warp in some reinforcements there. But at the same time, he realizes that part of the army of Wayne is not there, and he goes for that attack.
He does push up this ramp. At the same time, it looks like that warping of Stalkers is not going to be enough. It looks like Wayne is taking control of the main base, and he is forcing Ashbringer all in.
Yeah, Ashbringer is walking in there. Now there are reinforcements of roaches, so actually this army is in a bit of a trouble. The warp is still there for reinforcements, but Ashbringer has to be careful how he positions this army.
Yeah, 1 Immortal did get sniped, but we still have so many Immortals and so many Archons. This main army of Ashbringer is still terrifying, but Wayne is maxing out on pure Roach. Even though he's not trading efficiently, he will eventually wear Ashbringer down. Oof.
Yeah, and with the defender's advantage as well, the Warpiece is trying to do its best to micro these Immortals, but they are starting to fall.
Yeah, exactly, and across the map, everything is on fire. Ashbringer has lost control of all of his bases, and Wayne has defended.
I mean, to be fair, Ashbringer still has his third.
Yeah.
That's still operational, I guess.
He still has 1 base Copium, as he's going to try and turn around and clean up all these roaches, but Wayne has control of the map. He's rushing across the map as well to finish things off, and what do we have left to defend? We have 2 Immortals and some Zealots.
Yeah, literally 8 Zealots, 2 Immortals, and all of the Zealots are actually in the main base as the roaches are knocking now on the wall of the natural. And Wayne also made sure that Ashbringer does not take the bases like the farther away, so there's nowhere to hide now.
Yeah, there is nowhere to hide. We have creeping spread all over the place to make sure that Ashbringer can't sneak out a 4th or anything like that. And Wayne doesn't want to throw this away, so he's going to be taking up, but no, instead we tap out. Wayne will hold on to his crown.
Yeah, looks like a nice streak from Wayne so far, and I wonder if he can go all the way, because we only have 2 games left, right?
We only have 2 games remaining. 2 players are left to challenge Wayne's claim to the throne. Can anyone stop this man?
I mean, I guess we will find out soon as we will learn who our next challenger is, but as I said, so far it looks like Wayne is having quite a nice streak today. And as a reminder, as we checked last time, once he gets on 8-win streak, there's gonna be a bounty on him as well.
There you go, there you go. Once you do hit that magic number 8, then a bounty is placed on your head and you do get a bonus for beating him. But we'll see if we can go that far. We'll see who is left to throw out here for OSC King of the Hill. Who does Eddie have left in his back pocket?
Yeah, we will find out. As for now, we're just waiting for... Okay, so this is King of the Hill, but Eddie picks the challengers.
Mhm.
So who does that make Eddie?
Well, that's a good question. You know, we've got he's like Varys in Game of Thrones. You know, he's the man who's like manipulating the king.
Yeah. He's like the advisor.
Yeah,
Of
exactly.
the king.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's like,
like,
I guess something that you understand a little bit better is from Lord of the Rings. You know, Wormtongue. For Rohan, for example, you know, the guy like controlling Theoden.
Okay, but why do you think he's a bad guy though?
Well, I mean, he could be a good guy. It's true. It's true. He's a neutral party. Really, all he wants is entertainment.
Yeah.
You know, good or bad,
Yeah.
he wants chaos.
Yeah, that's what I just say. He's just an advisor. That, like, you know, oh yeah, you should totally like duel this guy over there.
There you go, mate. There you go. And we are heading over to Land of the Americas. Oh, one of my favorite players out there. One of my favorite Terrans. We had HonMonO earlier, but now we have another one of those lovely Korean Terran bears.
Is it QuanTa?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's QuanTa. Oh.
But is there gonna be Thors?
I hope so.
Eddie responded in the chat.
Oh, what do you... When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. There is no middle ground. There you go, mate. There you
Well
go.
then, I guess we know who Eddie is now.
There you go. Oh my god. Shout out to Eddie. We haven't mentioned it, but for those wondering, Eddie is the CEO of OSC Esports, and he is also the organizer of this event. And he is the one who fields players and who sends them out at his whim to kind of construct a storyline here and, yeah, to kind of make this event possible.
Yes, he did. I was a little distracted, sorry.
Oh boy, as we are getting ready for this, as it looks like Wayne is asking for a small break, so we're gonna have a little bit of time to set things up here and get ready for our next matchup. But yeah, it's great to see more of QuanTa. QuanTa has been a little bit more active this year.
Okay, I have a question. What does his name mean?
In game?
Mm-hmm.
Oguri Cap? What is that? I don't know.
Is it like backwards or something? No? What is this?
Is it like an anime?
I mean, probably.
So I'm just getting confirmation here. I just googled Oguri Cap because that's what he's called in game. It's a Japanese breed of racehorse.
What? What?
It's a Japanese breed of racehorse, and it's also an anime character.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
which
okay,
makes
that
more sense.
now.
Makes more sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh.
Horse racing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's possible.
There you go. There you go. I buy the anime though instead. I like HonMonO's a bit of a weeb. I would buy that QuanTa's a bit of a weeb as well. I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, I don't know how to put it without people quoting it out of context, but I feel like there are a lot of weebs out there.
Yeah. You know, they are lurking in the shadows, and they do reveal themselves from time to time. I'm always reminded of the fact that, I mean, he is part of Club NV, and for a long time, if you remember, Club NV was the team that would periodically switch their in-game decals to be a different anime waifu every week.
before Team NV was a serious team, they would have a different waifu on their decal every week.
Yeah,
It is
but
true.
I think we blamed creator for that, but it could have been QuanTa. I mean,
I don't know why.
Could have been everyone.
I don't know why you blame creator. I don't think I ever saw creator like say anything about anime like even once.
It's because we just kept casting creator and he just kept having an anime waifu. You know, it was
Yeah,
just
but
there.
it's not. It's just his clan. Why is it him responsible for it specifically?
We need to find out who is responsible. Hold on.
Are you gonna ask him?
Yeah, I'm asking him. I'm like,
We need answers.
What's going on here, Papi? What's going on? Okay. He responded. He said, "Racing horse girl anime."
Yeah, of course.
He said all of them. It's all of the above. It's not a racing horse or an anime girl. It's both.
It's a horse girl.
It's a horse girl anime.
Question mark.
There you go.
It's like like you have cat girls. It's a
Mhm.
horse girl. Question mark.
Oh boy.
I guess.
Oh boy. That is a thing. That is a thing. There's yeah. That's all I'll say. That is
I mean, I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
Internet has made everything.
I mean, there are tank girls.
There are tank girls, so hey. Oh, centaurs, Yaku, good one. Centaurs.
Yeah. Yep.
Sure, why not?
Yep.
But anyway, we are once again looking at our King of the Hill on his 6-game streak now? It's 6, right? But anyway, he's spawning right here in the red, representing StarCom. It is Wayne.
Oh, how does he know? Because spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, but also sending out a couple of SCVs, we have the South Korean Terran player representing Club NV. Some know him as a racing horse anime girl, but we know him as QuanTa.
Oh no.
Where's he going? What's happening right now? What?
I don't know, the STVs look very lost. It looked like he wanted to proxy and then he scouted Wayne and he was like, you know what, no. Let's not do this.
So a couple of things just happened. His scouting SCV saw that it was a pool first. He saw that there was no hatchery. So upon seeing the pool first, he goes back home and he opts to, I mean, his first Rax is going to be at home anyway, but he opts not to proxy at all.
Yeah, very interesting choice there, but hey, maybe it will pay out, so we'll see how that goes.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Otherwise, he was going to get hard countered. We have Lings already on the way, so Wayne was anticipating a proxy, but QuanTa is able to read all of this, and he's able to, you know, he isn't in the best position because he has a little bit of extra lost mining time because of his SCVs, but he's able to transition from here.
I mean, you say that like he scouted the pool first and like he decided to be careful, but then he puts his CC on the low ground anyway. So I don't know what to say about this.
I mean,
but it turns out that Wayne is actually not that aggressive, so it will work out.
Yeah, I mean, he's gambling correctly because these Lings took a little bit of time to move out. They did have control of the Zonaga. They saw the Reaper move out, and as the Reaper moves out, the Lings are going to be moving on in, and as you were alluding to, these Lings are looking to delay the CC.
Yeah, they still have a chance to do so as it's not quite finished, but there is a Marine over there, so it may be able to help. Oh, but this drone may actually fall.
Oh boy, the drone goes down, but at the same time, the natural CC of QuanTa is going to be delayed, so both players are hurting a little bit economically. I do think that this is still a little bit better for the Zerg.
Yeah, I do think so. Like, I mean, getting your third base denied is fairly common, I would say, but maybe it would be better if QuanTa did go for that high ground CC, but I mean, he didn't lose it. It was just a delay.
Yeah, it was just delayed. He does finish it eventually, and Wayne does go for a little bit of a delayed third hatchery. It is on the way at the triangular location, and from here, he's just going to be droning up, and everything is looking relatively normal from the side of the Zerg. From the side of the Terran, I'm curious as to what QuanTa is going to be up to, because you mentioned it earlier, and he has been known for some very interesting builds, and very interesting mech builds at that.
I mean, I only have one question. Will we see Thors?
That is the question to be had. 2 factories are thrown down. Hellions are on the way and Cyclones as well. We are getting into Battle Mech for the time being.
Okay, we can work with that. And we'll see where that... I mean... Please tell me he actually plays like a dynamic mech style and not like the slow turtly one.
Well, I mean, that's what Battle Mech is for, right? Battle Mech is to be active on the map, is to be in your opponent's face. What's important, looking at the vision, Wayne did see both of these factories with that scouting Ling. It was a very important scout, and now he throws down a Roach Warren as a response.
Yeah, very nice response there for Wayne, and it looks like he will have a bit of time to get ready, although there will be Hellions coming his way every now and then, so he has these Queens prepared to make sure they don't go into the bases.
Yeah, the Queens are split up here in between the entrances to try to respond to these Hellions, and here we go. The Hellions are going to dip on in, and it looks like they're going to be able to pick up at least an Overlord.
Yeah, but Wayne has to be careful because these 2 Queens are actually no match for this army anymore, and he needs more reinforcements there.
Yeah, 1 Queen is going to be going down for a Hellion, so a very good trade for QuanTa. Behind this, we do have Magfield accelerators on the way as well, so he's going to be committing into Cyclone production.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. So there will be just more coming, and the Queens are falling down. I mean, QuanTa is also losing his units, but the Queens are very important here for the Zerg.
Yeah, we're down to only 2 remaining Queens. The Roaches are trickling on in, but a little bit too late. Every Queen goes down.
Yeah, I believe that was all, right? Yeah, there are still 2 Queens. So there will still be some injects coming, maybe. But that was a big loss for Wayne, and now he still has only few Roaches and with the reinforcements from QuanTa, and them just trickling right into the army.
Yeah, a little bit of a missed rally here from Wayne. He throws away a couple too many Roaches. That was 5 Roaches in total, and even here, chasing this army off of creep, it isn't worth it to pick off a single Hellion for 2 Roaches.
Yeah, it definitely isn't, and I mean... These Roaches will keep the army of QuanTa away from the drones for a little bit, but it definitely quite big losses from Wayne on this fight, and it looks like he's looking into transition.
Yeah, he is looking to transition here. We have a Spire on the way. I think this is an overextended extension from QuanTa. He just threw away 3 Hellions there because they were on quite low HP, but he really wants more lock-ons. He wants to just keep the pressure up. He wants to stay in the face of Wayne. Oh.
I mean, to be fair, it makes sense because like he's very afraid of like the Zerg snowballing, and like if you can cut him like at low numbers, it's definitely good. But you have to be careful about this.
Yeah, and here we go. He may have killed every single Roach, but he's going to lose every single Cyclone. Lings come in to reinforce, and this is why QuanTa should have just taken his wins and gone back home. He gambled a little bit, and that was an expensive loss for the Terran.
Yeah, definitely not one he was looking forward to, and the Lings are now here, but they will be held off, but that means that the aggression is over for the time being for QuanTa. He has to rebuild his army, while that gives time for Wayne to transition into the Spire.
And you can argue that that was all worth it for Wayne in the end, because sure, he lost Queens and sure, he lost Roaches, but he never lost a drone. He never lost his economy. He's got a 4th base on the way, and he's going to be able to saturate from here. He's been able to tech up, and mutas are coming out. Bearing in mind, this is after the Cyclone count was reset.
Yeah, the Cyclone count was reset, and I'm actually not sure how good Cyclones are at dealing with mutas in the first place, because, I mean, there's probably gonna be a whole flock of them, and there aren't that many Cyclones.
Yeah, Cyclones do better nowadays after the patch, because Magfield accelerators now affects non-armored units, which is what a muta is. So they can do a little bit better, but after losing 4 Cyclones, as you said, there aren't that many of them on the field. We do see that QuanTa is pushing forward on the left-hand side, and the mutas are slipping in towards the right.
Yeah, I don't know if QuanTa has actually noticed them yet, so they may just sneak unnoticed straight into the base, and these Cyclones are starting to fall against the Roaches as well.
Yeah, the Spire was never scouted. He has no idea. He has to be ready for these mutas. They get into the natural base, and so many SCVs are already going down.
Yeah, I mean, 6 so far, 7, 8. The Cyclones will be here to defend for the time being, but I mean, Wayne just has to like make more mutas, and he will be good for the time.
Oh, we do have a scan, and you can see how quickly these mutas go down. So many of them get shaved off, but they still got those 11 SCVs, so that does make it worth it.
Yes, indeed. And at the same time, Wayne is actually preparing a big chunk of Zerglings coming in. So those will be doing quite well with the Cyclones. And we even have Infestors on the way.
Yeah, Ling Roach Ravager Infestor is the ideal composition against this battle mech style. A couple of Banelings could help out as well, especially against those Hellions, but regardless, Fungals are crucial here to lock down these otherwise fast units.
Yeah, and we also see that QuanTa is switching up a bit. He's going for more tanks now, so I guess he's transitioning his mech style to something a little bit different as he sees that this army may not be there for very long.
Yeah, exactly. We do see a couple of tanks on the way, and they will help to kind of fortify these fringe bases, fortify the third, and allow him to get a fourth. That's kind of the big thing we're waiting for, is a fourth CC. I'm surprised that no command center has actually begun here for QuanTa, so he's not really looking in that direction. Oh!
Ooh, the Infestors, 2 of them fall down, all 3 of them fall down. They do get a Fungal, which may cost QuanTa this army, but all of the Infestors have been dealt with.
Yeah, the Infestors go down, but it was worth it because so do the Cyclones, and now Wayne has so much momentum going his way. He breaks the tank line, he breaks the third base, and that may just be it here for QuanTa.
Yeah, the tanks were there to defend, but they weren't there quite in time, and QuanTa has to GG out. Wayne continues his streak.
GG QuanTa coming out here with a battle mech style, and there were quite some nice moments for him. He was able to catch the queens, catch the roaches, but far too many times his Cyclones were caught out. The Mutas as well did pay for themselves, getting so much SCV damage, and QuanTa was pulled apart.
I almost want to say that it felt a little bit like QuanTa saw that the battle mech is working. He saw, like, you know, all these queens falling down, and then he got like a little bit too hyper focused on that. And like he just okay, let's just keep doing that. It's working. And like he kind of like forgot about everything else that was going on the map.
Yeah, he got a little bit greedy. He did get a little bit greedy there, and maybe just tunnel visioning a little bit too much on his fights. Not really thinking outside the box there, or concerned with his own economy, his transition, or even scouting. So
yeah, because as you said, like, you know, sure, he killed all these queens, he was killing off roaches, but he never actually get into a mineral line. And at the same time, Wayne was able to set up his 4th base safely.
Yeah, exactly. So QuanTa punished a little bit for his play, and now we're going to be moving on to our next game. How many games do we have left?
I think this is the last one, right?
There you go. The last final best of one of the night. Who is going to be the last player here to challenge Wayne for his throne?
Oh, no, never mind. I was gonna say it may be a certain Zerg that you like, but he's not in the right chat, so I guess not him.
Oh. I see him. I see Iba in the ESL chat channel. I don't know if he's going to be playing in OSC though. That's the thing.
He's not in the OSC channel, so.
Este Iba. Is he streaming right now?
I don't know.
We'll see about up to. Aching my head. He was playing Protoss the other day. He's playing a lot of Protoss.
Playing Protoss, yeah. I think he was playing Terran at some point too. He's playing anything but Zerg.
Shaking my head. Alright, so we're down to one final best of one. Who is it gonna be? I just messaged Eva. I yelled it. I said, Eva, and he was like, hi, I can't play in the thingy, papi. it's too late. I'm like, oh, okay, never mind.
I like how he knows exactly what you're gonna say.
Yep. He knew what I was gonna say.
Oh boy.
Oh my god. All good. So yeah, we're down to one last player. Who's it gonna be? Who haven't we seen yet?
Night Phoenix.
True. We haven't seen Night Phoenix either.
When I don't know why I don't know if it's because they're both young or what, but like every time when I think about Iba, I think about Night Phoenix as well. Like they just like this group of young players that are just around a lot of Twitch channels and stuff.
Yeah, Night Phoenix and Iba, they're the next generation of European players. I think I would group ForJumy in with them as well. I want to say, and like Nicoract and all that.
Sure.
But yeah, we'll see. It's really cool to see them all active.
Yeah, and you see them in a lot of tournaments, and they get really good results as well. Like they definitely have been on the rise lately.
They really have been, as we are going to be heading over to the land of Europe, Europa. So that kind of that cuts it down a little bit here. So
it is Night Phoenix.
We're not going to be seeing, we're not going to be seeing any Koreans. We're not going to be seeing any North Americans or Southeast Asians. It's got to be a European.
Okay, let's see. Who do we have in the channel? I mean, we have Art.
I saw Spats earlier. I did see Spats earlier.
Okay. Is Baby Marine an OSC Elite?
Baby Marine, he's
sure.
another one. He's another. Maybe Cuckoo. I believe a lobby has been posted. Could you ask them to wait a little bit? I'm coming over to Europe. I'm coming over.
Okay, hold on.
I have to relog.
Okay. Yeah, the lobby is up. I already know who it is.
Oh, who is it? Give me a race.
Protoss.
Protoss. Is it Spats?
No.
Oh. Is it Night Phoenix?
No.
Oh.
It's a pink Protoss.
It's one of the Polish Protoss players. Let's go, Papi. It is gonna be Art.
Yep. Indeed. I don't think we had a Polish Protoss yet today. So I mean, as we said, there has to be a Polish Protoss player in the tournament at some point.
Oh yeah, 100%. As soon as you said a pink Protoss, it's like, oh, it's gonna be Polish. It's gonna be Polish. It's gonna be Art. Yeah, you're right. We've been lacking a little bit of representation. We didn't see Geralt today. We didn't see Papi either. We didn't see Cristiano.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them.
Oh yeah.
But we are now joined by one of the many Protoss players from Poland. One of the very, very good ones, because I mean, all of them are pretty good actually. And we are looking at this pink player here, representing Platinum Heroes. It is Art.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Neo Humanity, we have his opponents, the current King of the Hill, with quite a long reign here, representing Team Starcom. It is Wayne.
So this is the game. This is when we decide if Wayne is gonna be worth the bounty.
Yes, can he make it to 8 wins? That is the question. Can he get a bounty on his head? Oh, it's gonna be a bit of a tough one.
Look, we've been talking about like the kings and like, you know, like the Game of Thrones kind of thing. But when I hear bounty, I'm thinking like more like Wild West, and we're like, you know, we're like bragging to each other about who has the bigger bounty on them.
Yeah, there you go. He wants to show everyone how much he is feared by the people. As a tyrannical king, I guess. I don't know.
Are there kings in Wild West? Question.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think that's how it works. But hey.
Like, it's how it works now. Okay, it's how it works now.
To be fair, I mean, I'm sure somebody has already made like a fantasy series that like merges all these like different periods together.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but you know, like One Piece, you know, you got pirates, you got bounties, you got kings.
Fair. Yeah, you have pirate kings. Okay.
There you go. Oh god, but yeah, I'm really excited to see Art again. We don't cast Art as often as we used to. He used to be very active. We used to see him all the time, and nowadays it feels like he's pulled back a little bit when it comes to participation. but when it comes to the quality of the games, I still think he's quite high.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, he has been part of Platinum Heroes and playing for that team for a little bit. Also, I think he may be coming back to playing once, you know, a certain Tuna tournament is up.
True, true. We do have the Sparkling Tuna Cup on the horizon, and Art used to be a regular in our Tuna Cup, so we hope to see him there once again reprise his role as one of the contenders or one of the champions even. So we'll see if that is to be the case as we're getting into this game, getting into this best of one.
Yeah, once again seeing a Stargate with an Oracle. We'll see how many Oracles will be coming out of that Stargate this time. But for the time being, these Adepts will be checking what's up.
Yeah, the Adepts are going to be shading across the map just to be a little bit annoying and just try and catch any drones being transferred between these bases. They're going to be slipping into the main base as well, just being a little bit annoying. Nice Evo block to buy a little bit of time, and the Lings come in from the other side as well.
Yeah, very nicely done there. A little bit of micro by Wayne. I'm not sure if it actually saved the Art from scouting there, but I mean, it's still a nice little bit to reduce the damage.
Yeah, and a nice surround as well. Every single Adept is going to get picked off without getting any drone damage. So very nicely handled by Wayne. And meanwhile, the Oracle is about to show up. No Spore at the third base, but we do have 2 Queens.
Yeah, there are 2 Queens, and the Oracle is actually staying really long. That was quite greedy from Art, but it did work out. The Oracle does survive and takes 2 kills with it.
2 kills here, but for a lot of damage. I don't know if that was quite worth it. At least the Oracle survives and will live to fight another day. At the same time, Lings do hit across the map, and they will be delaying that third Nexus.
Yeah, that they will, but there is an Oracle to support this probe, and the Nexus should be going down momentarily, and we see more Oracles on the way from Art.
Yeah, we have 2 Oracles so far. We have a third on the way behind this. So your standard triple Oracle setup here from the Protoss as the double Oracle moves out. Lings move in, but we have Adepts to defend, and we will have that third Oracle as well, just to make sure this third stays safe and sound.
Come on, Art, make another Oracle. Do it. 8 Oracle.
It looks like it is not meant to be, as we don't have a 4th Oracle, and we have a Forge instead.
Those Protoss players, they don't want to play this one strategy that I don't know why I'm miming about.
Shaking my head, shaking my head. As Art is getting ready for his transition, a pretty normal one. We should be seeing +1 attack alongside either Blink or Charge. Again, Charge is what's been rising in popularity and is what we should be seeing. But before that happens, Art is rocking up across the map with his Oracles and Adepts.
Yeah, the Queens are here to defend, but the Shades will just move straight past them, and I think there are some links there to defend. But see, what do you think about the position of this base, by the way? Is that like a regular base for Zerg?
Yeah, he's taking the forward 4th base, a very aggressive base to be taken. We do see Art trying to delay it a little bit here. Going to be able to pick off a couple of creep trimmers. The Queens get caught in the stasis trap.
Ooh, all of the Queens are caught up and off creep as well, so it will be a while before they're able to mount up any defense. But at the same time, Art does move back, so it looks like Wayne is safe for a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? Without all these Queens, there's not that much anti-air, so the Oracles can reign free here. They're going to be able to pick off one of these Queens and maybe a couple of drones as well.
Yeah, looks like just the Queen, but still there's quite a bit of chaos in the base of Wayne, so I mean, small victories for Art, but at the same time, there are links coming across the map to him.
Yeah, Lings are going for a bit of a counterattack. Meanwhile, the setup is revealed to us. We do see Charge on the way alongside a Templar Archive, so it is going to be Charge.Archon, which again, we have been seeing by a lot of Protoss players tonight from all around the world, mainly from Europe. And Wayne is responding to that with +1 melee Lings. He's going Lingbane Hydra.
Interesting. How common is that versus Protoss?
It's common against the hero style of Protoss, which is Blink Stalkers and Oracles, but that's not what we're seeing here. So this can do relatively well against Charge.Archon. It's all going to come down to the Baneling connections, though. We're relying a lot heavily on those Banelings.
Yeah, and there are none yet, it looks like. It's just Zerglings here, and now Wayne does see those Archons coming up as well. I mean, this army of the Protoss is not big, but if it's microed correctly, it may be risky.
Yeah, I'm worried that Art is maybe pushing out a little bit too early. As you said, he doesn't really have a lot to work with right now. He's quite vulnerable. Oh, he has boxed in these Lings. There's no way out. Oh.
Yeah, there's no way out. The minerals are still not money out, and there are 2 Archons here together with the Adept, so quite a few of the links will be falling down, but most of them does manage to slip by.
Yeah, nice trade here from RT. Goes for a recall. He recognizes that he's pretty out of position, out in the middle of nowhere, and he will be racing back home. Meanwhile, Wayne is setting up for a massive assault. He has a 5th base on the way. He's cutting drones at 71, and he's going with pure Ling Bane Hydra.
Yeah, Art had an observer over that army, so he knows exactly what is coming his way, and he's making his best effort to set up for this. We have static defense up, we have the shield batteries, we have Archons, but can he find the right position?
Yeah, Storm is on the way, and Storm will completely shut this down, but it's still not done. He needs a little bit more time for that to get ready, and here we go. The Ling Bane is rolling on forward towards the 4th base. Bailey's at waddling in as well. Bailing's speed is still not done.
Yeah, binding speed is still like 2/3 done, and the Archons are starting to fall to all the Hydras, but I mean, this will be a close fight.
Will be a close fight. There we go. The first Storm does connect. We have 1 Storm remaining. No, the High Templar gets focused down, and without Storm, we can't hold.
Yeah, with the Storm, the Oracle falls down, most of the ground army falls down. The Warp is just there to support, but like it can't really warp in anything, and the Hydras will clean this up.
Yeah, it looks like this timing is just a little bit too powerful here. Wayne has broken the 4th base. There isn't really an army to speak of. We have 2 High Templar warping in, but they're forced to morph into Archons, and we don't really have anything else to support this army.
I mean, the good part for Art is that Wayne is taking his time waiting for the reinforcements, so he's not really attacking right now. But once this army joins in, like, this will be a lot to handle.
Yeah, it really will be. And here we go. The Banelings are rolling on forward. The stack defense is being shut down. The Hydras are getting on top of these Archons as well. Immortals are trickling in, but Immortals are not what you want against this army.
Yeah, and the Zerglings to support, the Lynx, the Hydras to clean up, and it looks like Wayne is getting that 8 games win streak.
GG, well played. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Hold on. There we go. Wayne will claim his 8th victory, and he will move on here as the King of the Hill in OSC King of the Hill 127.
Yeah, that means that he will be our reigning king. That means he gets a bonus for actually being the last king today to play. And also, if he agrees, he will be the starting king for the next week.
Yes, he will be the starting, or if, as you said, if he's available, he will be the starting King of the Hill in next week's OSC Weekly. And GG, congratulations to Wayne. He did put on quite a performance. He took down a lot of players on his way here, and really showing us all that despite the fact that he changed his name, and despite the fact that he recently joined a new team, his old team, Team Starcom, he is still a very terrifying opponent.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Wayne has been steadily improving over the past months, and I want to say years almost. Like he's been there for a little bit already, and like he's always quite a contender. Like you never know what kind of result he's gonna get this time, like which kind of player he can beat this time. So I think it's definitely someone you have to, like, you know, look forward to the results of.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it was a couple of years ago. I think it was the dawn of the COVID era of StarCraft 2020 when Vanya was really popping off. A lot of people had their eye on him. That's the reason why, if you remember, that was when Vanya got picked up by KaiZ Gaming. He got picked up by a Chinese team, which was a pretty big deal for like a foreigner of his stature to be noticed like that. And yeah, you know, I think people were really looking to him to maybe be like the next Reynor, be the next Cyril. He plateaued for a little bit, but recently he has been making some waves, and yeah, he's definitely one of the upper tier, the upper echelons of the European scene.
Yeah, I mean, I would say he's like one of these like kind of up and comers kind of thing. Where like, you know that they're like on the verge of greatness. They're not quite the level of, you know, your Rain or Serras and so on, but they are definitely getting there.
Yeah, they're like just a step below, you know, the best of the best in Europe. You know, he's looking to break into that, and yeah, it's good to see him continuing to compete, continue to practice, continue to perform, and yeah, maybe this year he can kind of make that run that we're all waiting for him to go on. We shall see. Tonight, at least, he's making a decent amount of money.
Yeah, That he is, and as we said, like he got that 8-win streak, so he's gonna be on having the bounty if anybody manages to beat him, because it's entirely possible that he just takes the entire next event.
Oh yeah, yeah, it is a very possible. It's going to be difficult to bring him down, but if you are interested, then of course OSC King of the Hill will be continuing next week. Whether we cast it or some other caster like Wary or Chicken Man, you know, follow OSC Esports on Twitter. I'm sure they will be posting whenever the event goes live. Will be, yeah, just keep an eye out. Keep an eye out on the TL calendar or the OSC Esports calendar. SC2 Online.
Also, something important to keep in mind: if you want to challenge the Wayne, sorry, I just went through all of his names in order. If you want to challenge Wayne, this is also possible if you become the OSC Elite member, and you just, you know, have to send a message to Eddie, and maybe he will slot you for the next tournament.
There you go, there you go. We mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, but this tournament is reserved for OSC Elite members, which is a subscription-based service where players sign up to compete in all of these tournaments. And of course, they do make their money back by winning in these events and by claiming some of these prize pools and this prize money. And it's open to anyone. Doesn't matter if you're a pro player or another player or an amateur player. You can kind of gain these benefits, whether it's playing in these tournaments, whether it's having a say in some of the votings that they have as well for the map pool. Yeah, it's a lot that they do offer.
Yeah, and as we said, like we did have a few like amateur players participating in this King of the Hills events as well. So once again, you can be the one to challenge Wayne. Maybe you can get that bounty.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, maybe come out with some weird cheese. Maybe try and go into a macro game. There's a lot that you can do.
Look, when you say that, I just think of White Hydra. Okay, just saying. White Hydra was not a very highly ranked player, and when he started making his weird builds with all these proxies, like, he got some names.
There you go. There you go. There you go. And with that, thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you so much for supporting. Speaking of supporting, we mentioned it earlier, but if you want to support us, the CranKy Ducklings, ! Patreon in the chat. We did recently make an announcement. It's on Team Liquid, sorry, it's on TL, it's on Reddit, it's on Twitter, and it's all over the place. We're trying to spread it as much as we can. We are returning with our tournaments, Sparkling Tuna Cup, Grand Platypus Open, and a new tournament, the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. 3 tournaments are returning for the CranKy Ducklings, and you can help support us by checking out our Patreon page and by pledging to be a patron. It's kind of set up in a multi-tier system to try and not just support the tournament, but grow the tournament as well. Turn it from a bi-weekly into a weekly, and maybe boost the prize pool to pay out top 4 players or top 8 players. So it's all set up there. So if you want to support us, that's where you can do it. That's where you can do it.
Yeah. Also, don't forget, if you can't quite spend the money right now, the best way to support us without spending any money is just to watch the channel. You know, follow the channel, make sure you have the notifications on, make sure you follow us on socials so you know when we are live, and you can support us that way.
Yeah, ! Socials in the chat. We're all over the place. We're on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. We have a channel on YouTube where we upload all of our VODs. And we also have a Discord server as well, where you can join us and you can interact with us outside of just our streams. So yeah, if you enjoyed our casting, then you can follow us there. Our next broadcast for the CranKy Ducklings is going to be tomorrow in less than 24 hours. We will be casting WTL, the World Team League qualifiers, where we will be competing, where we are going to be playing against a Taiwanese team, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I sent you a translation of their name, by the way.
Yeah, what was the translation? It was
It's Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
We're going up against the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse with the pizza as their logo.
I do not understand what's going on there, but they look like, it looks like one of these teams that's like a group of friends that just throws everything together, and they have quite a few names that we recognize.
They have a pretty decent roster. I'm looking at the Taiwanese team now. They have Yoger, which is second best Zerg player in Taiwan. Pretty good. They've got Rila Kuma, which is third or fourth best, depending on how you count them. We've got Kevin Liu, we've got Eternity, and we have Knock Knock as well. Knock Knock is a regular in our tournaments and in the chat, so we're going to be going up against Knock Knock and Zen. Zen is a surprising one. I know he is fluent in Mandarin, but I didn't know he was close with the Taiwanese scene.
Yeah, I didn't know. I was surprised to see, like, just out of all the people, Zan to be, like, part of this team. But hey, he's playing. Why not? And he's pretty good. So we'll see. I'm hoping for a good match. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm hoping for one as well. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see how that goes. We will be preparing ourselves. We have less than 24 hours to prepare for our match, so we'll see how we go as we do get our lineup set up for it. World Team League is going to be running for the next couple of days. For the next 2 weeks, basically, is going to be the qualifiers and then Code A, and then a little bit of a break before Code S. It's going to be a tough qualifier, though. We made it into Code S last season. This season, we, I would say, have a weaker roster this time. We don't have our NA players. We don't have Vindicta. We don't have Dolan. We don't have Patty Mac. It feels bad, man. But we will be fielding a team. It's going to be tough, though, because there are a lot of heavy hitters out there in the qualifiers. Basilisk are going to be fielding a roster. Not just Basilisk, but there have been a lot of these new teams formed with a lot of big Korean names.
Yeah, definitely. Like, the qualifiers will not be easy, but hey, we will do our best. And once again, I mean, you say our roster is not that good, but we have some of the best of the C region, okay?
It's true. It's true. We do have the best of the best in Southeast Asia. I'm also curious because I'm looking at some of the teams here in WTL. Maral Esports. Is that Maralecos?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let's go, Poppy. Where's SharKRippeR? NoMercy is there soon as there, but no SharKRippeR. Smooth.
Oh, that's sad. How can you like just split the brothers like that?
I know. They got 2 out of the 3. Maybe he's playing for another one of the teams. I don't know, but yeah, there's gonna be a lot of big names in those qualifiers. So wish us the best. Again, we'll be back here in less than 24 hours with WTL. So yeah, wish us the best. We're gonna need it. We're gonna need it if we want to make it all the way through to Code S again.
Yeah.
And with that, I believe we are done for the night. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you so much for the support. Kuro, where can people find more of you?
You can find more of me on Discord, because I've been working on all the announcements that we have been preparing lately, and you can find me on Twitter as well at 16squads, where I'm retweeting the events, all the things that we've been working on lately. Yes. What about you, Light?
We've been working on a lot of announcements, and we still have more to come. So it's been a very busy period for the CranKy Ducklings, both casting and announcements wise, and managing the team. So we've been quite busy. But yeah, you can follow me at @light_VIP. I'm probably gonna be streaming tomorrow before WTL. Just a short ladder session before we get ready for our broadcast. The cast is gonna be pretty late in the evening. I think it's like a 1 a.m. cast or something.
Yeah, it's like 1 a.m. Australian time.
Yeah,
it's actually really late.
Yeah, it's really late. So, oh boy, I'm gonna have to maybe try to sleep in or have a nap in the middle of the day, so we're okay. Yeah. But regardless, you can follow me at @light_VIP. Again, otherwise, if you just want Ducklings, then follow us here on the CranKy Ducklings. Where we do cast as often as we can. We're going to be casting on a daily basis for the next couple of weeks. And with that, Kuro, do you have anything you want to say before we head off for the evening?
I did not prepare for this. Oh. Quack. Yes.
Quack. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you guys next time. No! God.
Fenrak, no!
Thank you so much, Fenrak, for the raid. We just finished the broadcast. Shaking my head. But thank you so much. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had a great time. as we are heading off for the night. Stick around, we're going to give someone else a raid. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, stick for the train. The raid train.
Bye.
Bye.